7, Dansby Swanson.
Minute Maid Park. There it is, home of Game 1 of the 2021 World Series. Of course, the home of 3 of the past 5 World Series now. Astros, Braves, getting ready to go. Roof is closed today out there in Houston. And that place is about to be rocking as World Series baseball returns for the first time in 2 years to Houston. I'm Jeff Eisenband. Thank you so much for joining us for our World Series Game 1 2021 watch party here on Twitch and YouTube. We have some incredible guests coming in, some MLB players, some of your favorite celebrities, some Twitch streamers, some gaming streamers as well. It will be incredible, and it's all presented by our friends at Taco Bell. And now I'll bring in my co-host for the evening. If you've been watching this channel, you certainly know them. Sarah Langs and Xavier Shrugs, and I mean, I don't have to explain that much. It is the World Series. We've finally made it here. I mean, Sarah, you were a guest on our show all the way back on opening day, and here we are. Astros, Braves. Were these the two teams you expected to be here?
Oh my gosh. I mean, certainly not. I think I picked the Yankees, your Yankees, and the Dodgers, but this is why baseball is the best, because we never could have picked this when we were sitting here on April 1st, watching every single game and keeping track of everything. And it's just so awesome. And it's been great to be with you just throughout the whole progression. We were here on opening day. We were here for Field of Dreams. We were here for Game 162 and 4-Game Friday. And now it's the World Series. This is just awesome.
My Jacoby Ellsbury bobblehead right here is not happy to hear that the Yankees will not be playing. Xavier, we're going to have some awesome guests tonight. I mentioned we have a lot of, because 28 teams aren't playing, we have a lot of players coming through. We're going to get some perspective. And I thought it was interesting that you were saying before we started, you're going to go to the World Series later on this week. You're going to have your first World Series experience. What's the perspective like as a former player watching this tonight?
Yeah, I think about, all the hard work that goes into what these guys have done throughout the course of the off season, the course of the regular season, even spring training, and the consistency that it takes to get yourself to this point. And I look at how special both of these teams are when it comes from guys with experience to guys with little experience, young players coming up in the game. Same thing with the managers, right? With a lot of experience. There's so much that goes on behind the scenes that guys that fans don't really get to see. But at this point, that both these teams now have become a real family. And that's the bonds and the relationships that you'll never forget. And to be at this point with those family members and everybody all together, that's what makes this so special. So I feel honored to know guys on the field of the World Series, but then also to think how much went behind the scenes and that work that goes into it. It's special for them to get to this point.
We're definitely going to have to hear some of those stories with those guys, but you mentioned the managers. Sarah, such a big story. Dusty Baker trying to get that World Series. Here he is once again. I'm on the screen right now. There's a picture of him and Hank Aaron I see being shown in the World Series when they were teammates with the Atlanta Braves. He's on the other side with the Houston Astros. What would this mean for Dusty Baker and his legacy?
I mean, I think that if you're a casual fan, you don't know who you're rooting for. You're not sure exactly where your loyalties lie. Let me pitch to you Dusty Baker. And that's no disrespect to Brian Snitker, who also has had an incredible baseball life and deserves all the support in the world. But Dusty Baker, hired in 1992 in December to be the Giants manager. He was 43 years old. He was the youngest manager in baseball. And here he is. He's 72 years old. He is the second oldest manager to make it to the World Series, behind Jack McKeon in 2003 for the Marlins against your Yankees yet again. That's two Yankee references already. It's 8:04. But I mean, it's just an incredible baseball life. And for those fans who have been tracking his career or anything else, he was here in 2002 with the Giants. They lost in 7 games, and it would just be amazing to see him finally get back here and win it. And, usually my storylines entering the World Series are not so manager focused, but I feel like these are just two people who in a way are so relatable with how much they have toiled in this sport and how much time they have spent on their craft. So I feel like that's something that anyone sitting at home can relate to in some way or another. And I just love that about this World Series.
Dusty, of course, managing a lot of games with the Cubs, with the Reds, with the Nationals in the interim between that Giants World Series and the Astros World Series tonight. Speaking of the Nationals, that last team, I had a chance earlier this week to open some candy NFTs, some candy MLB All-Star icon packs, and well, this is what happened. How about my uncommon here? Let's get something big. Juan Soto, 55 out of 120, baby. Yes, there we go. Juan Soto, who's right up there potentially for the MVP this year. Juan Soto. I know the Nationals maybe didn't have their best overall season in the playoffs, but that's the NL batting champ from a season ago in 2020. And let's watch the highlight here for Juan Soto. Come on. Which game? And that was a couple things. I guess a couple notes here. First of all, so that was a Juan Soto clip against the Mets. Excuse me. No, it was I got a Zach Wheeler that was against the Mets. I'm confusing which Mets losses I was talking about. That was a Juan Soto robbing a home run, I believe, against the Phillies. And, that was on Candy's official Twitter page, opening these new MLB packs. I was like, I'm going to react organically to whatever happens. I get the Soto, I celebrate. And then afterwards, I was thinking, Sarah's going to be really proud of me. She's going to be really proud that I was that excited to get a Juan Soto.
Yes, I mean, the best hitter in baseball. We've been talking about Juan Soto all year. He just celebrated his birthday the other day. He was very into the birthday. I'm a big birthday person, even more than a baseball person, probably, if that's possible. So I appreciate seeing his respect for the birthday. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be really fun. We get into player rankings for next year and everything else, and seeing where Juan Soto lands, especially after this year. And hey, we've got MVP awards, all that stuff coming up in a couple of weeks here after the World Series. And, he's going to challenge for that NL MVP. I'm not sure what's going to happen there.
Yeah, I think what's so cool about Juan Soto is just the fact that he's so down to earth too. Like all these clips that we see of him, I think most recently when he was able to go to Trey Turner's game and Max Scherzer's game and the Dodgers playoff game, rocking the Trey Turner jersey. Like, how cool is that when you get other guys rocking somebody else's jersey to the game? So just knowing and having the opportunity to meet him at this year's All-Star game, just a down-to-earth player. And there's a reason why he deserves to be at the top of the stage in this MLB day and age.
Now from that, and by the way, if you want to get your own, candy.com/MLB is the place to go if you want to get in on the action with those new Candy MLB icon packs. As I mentioned, they play highlights. Most of them play highlights. So you get to actually own that icon of a player, that actual highlight that happened for them. So really cool stuff. Now, if you've been around the World Series the last few years and you see the presented by Taco Bell below us, you probably know that when a base is stolen in the World Series, America gets to steal a free taco. So tonight is going to be a big night, and we have some stolen bases to look back in terms of the World Series heroes that we've had in the past, as we go all the way back here to the Tigers-Giants World Series, Sarah.
Oh, Angel Pagan, I love it. I love that Pablo Sandoval's at the plate for this one, too, because I see him and I'm like, that's not going to be our stolen base. Pablo, great player, a lot of fun. Not going to be our stolen base hero, but Angel Pagan, a lot of sneaky speed. He had a walk-off inside the Parker once for the Giants back in the day when he was on them right around this year. So pretty cool one right there.
I believe that would have been 2012, Giants Tigers World Series, and you see it back then. It was October 30th. We'll tell you later on if a stolen base happens about the date. Xavier, it feels like this means a lot to MLB fans. Here's Cole Hamels on the mound. We're going back to 2008 here.
Get in there, Bartlett. Get in there. Look at that speed. I think about Cole Hamels too, and the type of guy that, he was such a dominant pitcher at that time. Crazy to think that this is you know, what year is this? 2008.
2008.
Jason Bartlett.
Wow.
It was
He
again.
had 20 steals that year. I would not have guessed that in the regular season. That doesn't even include this one. He actually had 30 the next year in 09.
Look at Chooch back there behind the plate. You normally don't run on Chooch.
We'll fast forward. This was 2015 Mets Royals. And Lorenzo Cain gets in.
Of course. Such a hero for that Royals team. Such a hard-nosed player. Puts it all out on the field. I mean, we saw that with that catch he made. Wasn't that in game 162 when he got hurt and stayed in the game? I think it was. Yeah.
You go vintage Matt Harvey there too.
Travis d'Arnaud in this World Series now.
Yeah, maybe that was one of his rookie season, maybe.
Listen, Travis d'Arnaud might have a chance to redeem himself. Although America does want free tacos, he might have a chance to redeem himself. But that is awesome stuff. We'll be going over this. We'll be tracking. Again, when a player steals a base, America steals a taco. So that's what we're going to be looking at. But we're going to bring in our guests to start things off for the day right now. As we have a panel of MLB players here. Harrison Bader from the St. Louis Cardinals, Tristan McKenzie from the Cleveland Indians, and Trevor May, the DJ, the gamer. Sometimes he plays baseball as well. Trevor May from the New York Mets is here as well. Harrison, we'll start with you. I mean, we're watching this game from a player's perspective right now. When you watch other MLB games, what are you thinking?
I mean, right now, I'm about wishing I was there. That's number one. But no, I mean, I'm a huge fan of not only, the World Series, obviously, but just talent around the league. I mean, it takes so much to go out there and be successful. So to see these guys go out there and just, play well on this stage, it's awesome to watch.
I saw Sarah's eyes light up on this channel. Look, we're not going to show you the live game. We're going to show you highlights. We're going to be able to show you highlights. We're watching this game with you. So I'm just going to tease Sarah Langs up right now. First batter of the World Series, Jorge Soler, solo home run. Has this happened before? What just happened?
I'm looking so quickly. Give me like 2 more seconds. But I was just like, oh my gosh, and I don't want to interrupt you guys because you guys have so much more to say than me. But Jorge Soler, who is the least conventional leadoff hitter ever, this is why they hit him leadoff, because he can do this. And I'm so glad that he's back for them. Let's see, World Series Game 1, top of the first, though.
Sarah, you go do your thing, because I don't want to get this too short. I want you to
see
get
any in the top of the first. Give me one more second. This is the 25th. Yeah. I want
to ask Tristan, because as a starting pitcher, all right, not that you've been a starting pitcher in Game 1 of the World Series, but I'm sure you've given up a leadoff home run before. How do you deal with that mentally?
I mean, the biggest thing, especially with those, is like knowing that those guys are coming out and they're trying to do their job, and you got to try and shut them down. So when they get a swing of momentum like that, usually the best thing to do is try and lock in and throw some more strikes and get ahead of guys and try and put some guys away. Let the guys work behind you.
Yeah, Trevor, I'll direct this one to you. I feel like when you get a solo shot early in the game, that's not too much of a big deal. Obviously you're a relief pitcher, but at times you've probably had it to where, okay, I know there's plenty of time left in this game for these guys to back me up and get some runs. So I feel like a solo shot isn't a big deal in the first inning.
Well, first of all, I do have 16 major league starts, so I've given up a chance to start off the game.
Let them know.
Have you given up a leadoff homer in one of those?
100%. I can't specifically remember, but judging by the number of solo shots I've given up in my career, that there's a good chance that it happened. But yeah, it's different as a reliever. I pride myself in the number of solo shots I give up as a reliever, but and not multi-homers. But yeah, when you got a lot of time left in the game, you know, a lot of times you're going out there as a starter, and I bet you Tristan can relate here. Is you go out and you're like, man, I hope today goes really well, and then you get that first homer out of the way. You're like, all right, well, the shutout's out the window, so let's relax and let's just fill up the zone. And you see guys just settle in. A lot of times, you know, that's all that happens for the rest of the game. So it can be a blessing in disguise at times, I think.
All right, well, we're going to take a look at that right now. We're going to show you, if you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, this is what just happened. Soler, just a rip, just a line shot over that fence in left field.
Yeah, that's a shot there. You think about Soler, too, just coming off the COVID IL, didn't have the opportunity to play in the NLCS at all. And you know, as a hitter, and Harrison can speak to this, too, it's not always easy to keep your rhythm, keep your timing during an off period like that, especially going into the postseason. Maybe Harrison can tell us, like, how tough is that going into an at-bat in the beginning of the World Series, like, let alone the situation, but just not having the timing is not easy to have there.
Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely be missing your timing for sure. But I mean, at the end of the day, you know, it's the World Series. There's really no time to think. There's no time to not be confident as possible. You just got to go out there and just put the best at-bat together for your team and see what happens. Obviously, Soler has so many ways he can hurt you on all sides of the ball. So, you know, him just going up there looking for a good pitch, putting a good swing on it is all he's probably trying to do.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we already have just some insane action here in the top of the first inning, because we told you, steal a base, steal a taco. Ozzy Albies didn't even want to wait, didn't want to leave this a chance, didn't want to potentially have Travis d'Arnaud do this again, where he ends up being the victim of this. So we have a stolen base. We're going to get you more info on that as we go along. But the biggest thing to know is that tacos will be had by America, because there has been a base stolen here as the Braves continue to just smack the ball around. And Trevor, this is the team in your division. All right. You guys went up against the Braves, you know, just 18, 19 times this year. You've seen this team change. You're right. This Jorge Soler was not on the team at the beginning of the year. Ronald Acuna Jr. was a big part of them the first half of the season. How have you seen this Braves team and this lineup progress?
Yeah, it's. I mean, when they made the trades and stuff, I knew, you know, that it was going to be not an easy road moving forward after that. You know, I played with Eddie Rosario for 6 years with the Twins, and I played against Soler for the last 2 years when he was with Kansas City. Well aware of his size in the box and the type of hitter he is, and just great pieces that they can slot in anywhere, and they all have the ability to go over the fence. You add that with Freddie Freeman and Ozzy and Riley and Dansby, like all these guys have the ability to go over the fence, and so there's no really let up. And when you have a lineup like that, you know, like you said earlier, Soler's not a traditional leadoff, but you know, he's hit I think he hit like 230. He's an imposing presence, and he's not a guy you want to see walk in there as the first hitter of the game. He sets the tone early, and he just did exactly what he's supposed to do. And now, you know, maybe you get a little bit tight, knowing that I got to be a little more fine here, and you got to avoid that big inning. But again, now Eddie's up batting now, and there's been no let up, and we're 6 guys into the game already. So they have that type of lineup to do something special and put up a lot of runs. And unfortunately for Houston, they're pretty hot right now too. So you know, we'll see how it continues. But yeah, facing these guys is not fun. I think I faced Ozzy every single time I pitched against them, and that's just simply not a fun thing to do all the time.
Well, we have the Ozzy Albies stolen base for you right now, and it was Martin Maldonado behind the plate on a lefty too, and you could just see Ozzy Albies becoming a Taco Bell hero. That's right. All right, when a base is stolen in the World Series, America gets to steal a free taco from Taco Bell. Specifically, it is a Doritos Locos taco, for those wondering. And we'll have details coming up on the exact date that you'll be able to get that taco. Ozzy Albies adds his name to the list. Sarah, do you now have some information about that Soler home run and where it stacks up in MLB history?
I do. It's the first time in World Series history that game one of the World Series has begun with a leadoff home run in the top of the first. This is the 117th World Series, and this is the first time that's happened, so pretty wild. We've seen 4 other leadoff home runs in game one, but they were all bottom of the first. So still counts as a leadoff home run, but obviously at least 3 guys had batted first. So pretty wild, and this is why I love this game so much, that something in 2021 can happen for the first time ever.
Well, I'm setting my notifications on S. Lang's Sports or S. Lang's on Sports on Twitter right now, because you will get some stuff like that. Trevor, I'm sorry, but Eddie goes down out here. So, you know, I know he's thinking about what would my ex-teammate Trevor May think about that in this moment right now. But so now 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. And I want to talk top of the first. Harrison, with you. You know, the St. Louis Cardinals, Xavier's been talking about it for months, 17-game winning streak earlier this season, as you guys just went on an absolute tear to make the playoffs. You've played a lot of baseball in your life, I'm sure. Was that the most fun that you've had over a few weeks on a baseball field?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, you know, for us and the players and the coaching staff have been involved as a blast, but, you know, just to see how the fans got involved, you know, how they were showing us so much love. St. Louis always shows us love, but, you know, to do something for them like that, they ate it up, they loved it, and it was just awesome to kind of deliver something really cool to them, because it was a tough season, you know, for a large part of it for us. So to come together the way we did, have a playoff berth, it meant a lot to them. So I was happy to be a part of it.
I mean, Xavier, it seems like that was a very casual way of talking about a 17-game winning streak, getting into the playoffs, playing against the Dodgers, that pivotal NL wildcard game that I'm just imagining. Because Harrison, you know, I thought, look, right, you still look at the standings, you guys were still well behind the Dodgers, but it just felt like 2 different teams going in 2 different directions, and you guys were so hot. I know you didn't win, but that wildcard game, what was the feeling in the clubhouse going into that night?
Oh man, we were ready. You know, the game is funky. It's just, you never know what could happen. I know, you know, Sarah mentioned that earlier about how you just never know how baseball's going to shake out. But we were ready. We were poised. We were excited, so excited. You know, it didn't work out for us, but that's the nature of the beast here. So, but that atmosphere there and those fans out in LA, and that, you know, they came out, got to a point where you kind of feel the jersey shaking while you're, you know, 2 strikes. I mean, it was loud. That was probably the best atmosphere I've ever been a part of at the major level. So it was a blast. I can't wait to do it again as soon as possible.
Well, too, also, you know, just touching on that, seeing what Ozzy Albies has done, stealing that base, that's something that, you know, the Braves are going to have to do in this series, put pressure on the defense. And I felt like during that streak of 17 games, I felt like that was one thing that the Cardinals continued to do, is find ways to put pressure on the defense, always taking the extra base, whether it be a stolen base, whether it be tagging up, always going first to third. So those are the little things I feel like that get so much more magnified in the postseason and become extremely important. And I think the team that is able to really take that to their advantage will end up winning this series, because both these teams are so well balanced as far as pitching goes, hitting goes, defense, all of those things. So it becomes the little things, and all you guys know as players, like the higher you get and the bigger the stage, it's all about the little things.
Yeah, and that's you know, this inning, it feels like a long top of the first inning here. I'm sure Tristan, as a pitcher, almost you start imagining yourself in that situation. And I'm sure, you know, Tristan, you this season, you know, listen, you kind of your first full season in the majors, or as much as you were able to get in there, you had the Indians' record 8 straight strikeouts against the Chicago White Sox on May 31st. You know, you were able to get some experience under your belt. As you go into next season, you know, what has being up and down in the majors these last 2 years taught you about being an MLB pitcher?
I feel like a lot of it is experience. A lot of it is just paying attention to the guys around you, because I feel like you get to a certain level, and usually when you make it to the big leagues, that's never the end goal. You never want to just be a one and done type of guy. So it's constantly a struggle of like looking to the guys around you, looking to the guys that have a little bit more experience, and just kind of learning from them. And I feel like we just have a good environment there. So I was really happy with my first year, just being able to go out there and enjoy going to different ballparks, different cities, and just going out there and playing the game of baseball at the simplest level, but also at the highest level.
Yeah, before we got started, Trevor, Tristan was introducing himself to Harrison, and I was like, this is just hilarious to think about, because at some point they're going to be on, this is going to be mano-a-mano, you know, at some point. I'm sure you and Harrison Trevor, have you pitched against Harrison yet?
Yes, once this year. I was, the Mets were, we were very generous in helping in that 17 game win streak. We were right at the beginning. So
what happened
we had a little
in that
thing going,
at-bat?
talking about how we got guys right and stuff. I think we faced each other that game. One of those games. I don't know. I pitched two of them earlier this year.
Harrison, do you recall?
I'm trying to think. I think I punched.
Yeah, you did. I remember. I wasn't even gonna bring it up, but I mean, it was what, a month and a half ago?
Yeah,
come on. I remember every punch all year.
Yeah, no, I definitely punched. Yeah.
You'll get me. There's plenty of time left.
Good pitch.
Well, I feel like Tristan was being all nice and friendly, and Trevor, I think when you have a pitcher like Tristan, who's still, not that I'm dating you, but he's still, young and up and coming, and hasn't faced a lot of these batters in Major League Baseball. What sort of advice do you have for Tristan here, young Tristan, about pitching in the major leagues?
I mean, it sounds like he's got it. It sounds like it's just about, continuing to get the opportunities to pitch, right? Like, it's just keep learning from the guys around you, keep learning from every time you go out and pitch, and try to just keep trying new stuff. That's something that I think I've learned. I focused on a lot this year. Just like, I've had a lot of stuff that's worked for me in the past, but there's always ways to get better, and there's always guys that do something that you want to do better than you, and you can learn how to do. Like, I played with Jake DeGrom, watched him pitch for half a year, and it's just, you got to look at him, and I'm like, I just can't do what you do. Like, nobody can. Everyone just, like, I come in and it's just immediately a worse pitcher's in now. So like, things like, you watch what he does and then you try to mimic him as much as you can. But it's just, it's just about learning pieces here and there, and you learn about your body. And that was a big thing for me too. Like, just, when you learn what you need to do to get yourself ready, the only thing that matters is the mound, and all that other stuff between, working out and whatever it is you need to do. Sometimes you realize you did a bunch of stuff just for fun, just to do it. And as you get older, you realize, I'm just going to do the stuff that's going to get me ready to pitch, and that's all that matters. So, but it sounds like you got that locked in. It's just going to be about time passing. So keep it up.
Oh, always a process.
Always.
All right, Tristan, remember that when you're holding the Cy Young next year, remember what Trevor had to say. Top of the first, highlights for you guys. Jorge Soler started it off, 2-0 count, 1-0. Braves go up. Freddie Freeman, this was a big play by Altuve. Kind of at least mitigated some of the damage. Albies running that out. He's going to get the steal. He's going to get America the taco. No throw. Martin Maldonado bobbling. And then Austin Riley, a guy who has been red hot in this postseason, turns this into a double. Getting all the way into second. Doesn't even get to the fence. Eddie Rosario down swinging. And then Adam Duvall, a fly ball to right. Still deep. And the Braves get 2 in the first. MLB stats, players to homer in their team's first plate appearance of the World Series. Jorge Soler in 2021, Chris Taylor in 2017, Alcides Escobar in 2015, Dustin Pedroia 2017, Don Buford, the 1969 Baltimore Orioles. But Sarah Lang's, all of them came up in the bottom of the first, not the top of the first. Different environment on the road.
Just totally. I mean, just so crazy. I also just saw a stat that the Braves are the first team to score multiple runs in the top of Game 1 of the World Series. top of the first since the Giants in 2014 in game one there, which is pretty crazy. I mean, it feels like these World Series games, even though I think we're expecting a lot of offense from these two teams, generally they're really well pitched games. So it's just interesting to think about that. I mean, 2-0 is certainly not a poorly pitched game, but maybe that's more offense than people are expecting right off the bat here in this one.
And Sarah, we're looking at Charlie Morton right now. We talked about him, I believe, on 4 Game Friday. And Charlie Morton now making his 4th World Series start in the last 5 World Series. But for the 3rd different team, I don't think it's a coincidence that this guy keeps pitching in the World Series. But what should we know about Charlie Morton by the numbers?
Oh my gosh. I mean, he's been so good in these big games. We had the stats kind of earlier in the postseason about him in potential clinchers and in those winner-take-all games, and he's really been nails in those. And, I mean, they're flaunting on the screen right now. He's the 9th oldest pitcher to start Game 1 of the World Series. I mean, he's a guy who really figured it out a little bit later in his career. I mean, right early on in his career, he was not the Charlie Morton we think of now. And it's just another great part of this game that it really doesn't matter whether you're 37 or 27. If you figure out the best way to pitch for you, and he's added some velocity, especially these last few years on his fastball, and that curveball is so good, you can succeed, and that age does not matter. And it's just been great to see him leading this team all year and, being here on the biggest stage. And it's so funny that he's doing it against the Astros, who he started a game for. There have only been 5 other guys to actually start a World Series game for and against a team in the World Series. I said World Series twice, but so it's just pretty wild that he is here again, and the Astros are here again.
He started 2 games with them. As we look at the Soler home run from this view, oh baby, look at this.
I love these
That's a
angles.
dope shot
They
right
come
there.
from the,
Yeah, that is dope.
right? MLB Social killing it with those.
Harrison,
Hey,
that's how
I think you
look,
mentioned
right?
something. I was sorry. I was just going to say, Sarah, I think you mentioned something important. And I think, and I want to hear Harrison's perspective on this too. Like, no matter how old you are, continuing to find ways to get better. Do you think, Harrison, do you take personally, like, okay, this is what I did over the course of this season, and I take it into the offseason and say, okay, these are the things I want to get better at? Or does that kind of progress during the course of the offseason? Like, I'm wondering if there's like a checklist of things that you say to yourself, these are the things I want to see myself continue to make adjustments. Or is it like, okay, I just want to gradually get better at some of those things that I made adjustments on during the season?
Yeah, it's definitely the former for me. The game reveals all. You will be exposed in every facet of the game as you play 162 games. So with that said, it's really important to just, whether you have to kind of journal things down, mental notes, voice recordings, just to kind of remind yourself of how you're getting beat, and a lot of times when you get beat consistently, especially as a hitter, it's because, maybe they're going through a certain part of the zone where you're just not really handling really well. And it kind of gets to a point where, like, when you do one thing well, it's kind of cat and mouse, and then they go to a different area, and then they go different area, and then they go to a different area. And eventually kind of gets to a point where they can only go to so many places. So being exposed to failure and just like different aspects of like not having success sometimes, you take into the off season, you work on that, and you go, okay, like I got beat, in this part of the zone, I'm going to work on this. And I think it's really important also, Xavier, to focus on your strengths. A lot of guys do a lot of things really well. You always want to raise your floor, but don't ever forget, like, what got you to the big leagues and what's allowed you to have success over a certain period of time. So continuing to definitely work on those is also very important.
Harrison, I'm seeing Charlie Morton against the Cardinals on June 17th, 7 2/3, no earned runs allowed, 7 strikeouts, but no Harrison Bader in the lineup. You were out that month, so at least the Cardinals can chalk that up to that. Do you remember the team getting ready to face Charlie?
Nah, unfortunately, I dove for a ball against the White Sox and cracked 5 ribs, so I was out for that one.
Oh,
That's would have been a different game, But we can see right now, just what Charlie's
Who knows?
we can see right now what Charlie's able to do. And Trevor, I'm sure you've been on the other side, obviously probably not batting against him. I don't know though. You mentioned those 16 starts at the plate. I guess they would have been with the Twins. Starts on the mound. What do you see in a pitcher like Charlie Morton that has made him, as Sarah mentioned, so strong in the back half of his career?
Yeah, it's a little bit of an enigma, to be honest. It's really impressive seeing the way he has progressed since, when he was kind of the sinker slider guy or the sinker curveball guy when at the Pirates and, went to Houston and kind of, I don't want to say reinvented himself, but maybe made some adjustments on how he thought about his arsenal and really like leaning into the things that they were telling him that were really good or that he saw or some combination of probably both of those two things. And just kind of going from there. And then he got to go to the Rays. I think that, there's some sort of secret sauce there that everyone thinks or is constantly trying to mimic. So he definitely got some input there and probably continued that process. So sometimes you get a little lucky and you get a lot of really good voices in your ear that kind of help you along that path. So he's been pretty fortunate to be with some good organizations too that have been winning teams and been able to go to the World Series, like we said earlier. But I think it comes down to just, breaking balls have become really I don't want to say in vogue because breaking balls have always been around, but making it kind of a default to go to when you're in trouble. Guys with really good breaking balls, as that kind of became a philosophy that kind of spread around the league, guys with really good breaking balls already, it was easier for them to make that transition. And as we all know about Charlie's curveball, he's got one of the best ones in the major leagues, just movement profile wise, but also his confidence. And, he's been around for a long time. He's got the most confidence of anybody to throw it. So watching him because I love watching other guys pitch, and I hate it when they throw good against our team, but still there's a little part of me that's likes to pay attention to what was so special about it. And he just locates that breaking ball really well and throws his fastball off it impeccably. And he's very rarely off. So especially through this season, we saw him get better and better and better. And that's why he's so good in the playoffs, because he's just completely okay throwing tons and tons and tons of breaking balls and doesn't need to rely on his fastball very much. And especially as you get older, your ability to do that, the longer you can hang around, i.e. look at Rich Hill.
I got to follow up on that. Trevor, is there a pitcher that you enjoy, that you'll admit you enjoy watching the most on the other team?
Oh, I got tons of them. Honestly, this year, one of the games I enjoyed watching more than anything someone pitch against us was Logan Webb in San Francisco. I remember because I go out in the bullpen like 3 innings in. The first 3 innings was like, this guy has not missed a spot by more than half an inch. Like this is impressive. And he's like a rookie or, sophomore season. Like this is great. He goes, if he doesn't start like making a couple mistakes, we're in trouble. And of course, 7 innings in, it was 1-1. I think someone got him for a solo shot, but other than that, like, thank God Tyler McGill threw great too for us. So we were able to come back and win that game, but it was really, really impressive. And, especially when it's a guy you haven't seen as much, when you start to like, I don't know what he has or how it's moving. So you get to learn all that stuff again, like brand new. I'm a little bit of a nerd about that stuff. So, yeah, he was really fun to watch. And then in the playoffs, he did what he did in that first series. Really impressive. That guy's going to be good for a while.
Tristan, on the other end for you, you've made 30 starts, 33 appearances, 30 starts now in your career. Have there been any players in these first 2 seasons that you've been like, I'm really pitching against this batter that maybe I grew up watching?
On Harrison's team, Yachty, when we went down there last year, I literally threw a pitch to Yachty and I started freaking out on the mound because I felt like I almost hit him. And my first instinct was like, that's Yachty or Molina. Like, I want to apologize for even putting him in that situation. But I feel like even day to day, I feel like just being around big leaguers in general, like looking across the field and seeing guys that I've seen play in the World Series. Like when we went down to Houston and I see Jose Altuve, when I see Carlos Correa, and then I see guys that I played with too. It's really crazy to me still.
You were saying before you watch a lot of Cardinals when we were talking before we got started. I mean, sometimes I guess you got to pinch yourself and be like, that's the enemy now as we take a look at Austin Riley. And this is Ozzie Albies flying around the bases to score that second run. Kids, good positioning by Fromber to get there just in case, be a little bit of a backup. But that's a guy, by the way, Austin Riley, who has been on fire as of late and has been another guy. Trevor, I see you shaking your head as someone that's played against these Braves. I mean, a guy who's just kicked into a different gear come postseason.
Yeah, I haven't gotten him out yet, so still waiting for that.
So not just the postseason is what we're saying.
Yeah, he's might be the MVP, especially if they win the World Series. I know that's not supposed to factor in, but it does.
Uh-oh.
As now we're starting to get some wild pitches in here. We're going to see. I mean, look, we're seeing a lot of pitches coming from both these guys out here in the first inning. I guess Tristan, again, coming to you as a starter, do you ever look at the pitch count in the first couple innings of a game?
I mean, I feel like most of the time you're out there competing, but you definitely know when pitch count kind of becomes involved. You'll hear the guys in the pen starting to get warmed up. You'll hear the kind of pop of the glove, and you kind of know within a certain range you want to keep it in there, because if you're expecting to go out there and have a quality start, you want to throw 15 to 20 pitches in an inning, 20 being almost a lot. So once you start seeing it creep up around 20 to 25, you know that coach is probably going to come out and say something to you, or they're going to want to slow something down to kind of consolidate those pitches. Hopefully get you deep in the game.
So when Jacob deGrom sees Trevor, start stretching in the seventh or inning, he
probably gets a little nervous.
Care, Trevor.
Yeah, he probably gets a little nervous.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, someone's definitely warming up behind Jake in the middle of an inning. That never happened.
Oh man. We got bases loaded in this game, by the way. Two outs here in the first. If you're tuning in, you're thinking, what's going on here? World Series watch party right now. The World Series Game 1 is on Fox. Watching the replay of Carlos Correa getting hit by a pitch right now to load these bases. We'll be showing you highlights. Or no, that didn't hit him. We got the behind. I'm looking at you guys.
I think it was ball 4.
Did it hit him? What happened?
Like a little cross.
Ball 4.
It did not hit him, but they said it did. Based on my box score. Maybe.
It goes into the stats. It sounds like maybe, yeah. Yeah, Kyle Tucker at the plate. Tristan, you're getting, what's the scouting report here?
The kid hits everything. He's a free swinger, but he makes contact with a lot of stuff, and he barrels a lot of baseballs. We faced him earlier this year, and I threw him a curveball. I want to say it was kind of like a 1-2 curveball off the plate down, and he kind of took his single. I think there's a lot of good hitters in that lineup, and I feel like he learns from the guys around him. He kind of takes some of the strategies that Michael Brantley uses or Correa uses and just kind of barrels the ball and forces guys to make mistakes out there.
Been seeing
and I feel like he's a big reason that this team was okay letting George Springer walk. Obviously not the exact same position, but I think they knew just how much better he could be for them. And you saw the beginnings of this for him in previous seasons, and he really blossomed this year. So I think they knew that they would still have someone in the outfield who would be producing for them. He's not George Springer, but he's also not just a backup outfielder. So I sort of saw that as part of why they were okay, with George Springer not re-signing with them. And, they knew they could rely on him, although did not come through there. But plenty more options to go in this game.
Yeah, he's one of the guys that I'm keeping my eye on. He's one of the guys I'm keeping my eye on in this game, just because of those emotions and that anxiety that comes out of young players at a high stage. We already talked about Austin Riley on the other side, but him and Kyle Tucker have seemed to keep such a composure throughout the course of the regular season, but even into the postseason. So I want to see if this is going to be a guy that continues to do his thing in the World Series. He's fun to watch.
All right, let's take a look, by the way, at the bottom of the first highlights. We've already had, it's been what, 45 minutes roughly, 35, 45 minutes, and we're just out of the first inning. So buckle in, everyone, because it might be a long night. Jose Altuve getting rung up there by Charlie Morton, but then Michael Brantley, a little bit of a base hit. I mean, that's a clean line drive.
There's two.
Brantley is going on a breaking ball, ground ball, good pick by Freeman, 2 out.
Alex Bregman Move the runner over. Jordan Alvarez walks. And that's when I think, Xavier, I think this is when you yelled something. You looked up after that wild pitch.
Yeah, I was like, just a big bounce there. And, you know, anytime you get guys into scoring position like that, two guys in a scoring position, you have an opportunity to answer back, being down 2-0. But they Atlanta got out of the inning there. Luckily, they caught a break.
Well, I want to. Yeah, before Harrison, a lineup, the Astros, high-powered lineup, you load the bases in the first, you don't get a run. What's said in the dugout after that?
I mean, you just got to keep going. You know, you're giving yourself a good opportunity to score runs. Obviously, the name of the game is scoring more runs than the other team. So, you know, they had a lot of good movement. They did it without a whole lot of hits, too. You know, moving some runners, taking some disciplined at-bats. So, you know, confidence at an all-time high because, you know, again, the bats are going to show up. It's, again, like Xavier said earlier, it's about the little things and how when the bats don't show up, how you can still push your runs across the board. So, you know, they're right there.
Twitch, YouTube, everyone out there for the MLB World Series 2021 watch party presented by Taco Bell. All of you, let's give, I mean, these guys just gave us a higher baseball IQ in this first inning that probably went a lot longer than they thought it was about to. Harrison Bader, Tristan McKenzie, Trevor May, thank you so much to the three of you for joining us, and good luck next year. We want to see you in the World Series next year, not having this conversation.
Absolutely.
I agree. Thank you guys
Thank
very
you,
much.
guys.
Appreciate you guys.
Thank you.
All right. Well, don't tell them I said this, but that can't happen. They're on 3 different teams. But look,
I was thinking that. I wasn't going to say it, but I'm glad you did.
That was fun.
Unless somebody gets
Xavier,
traded on the same team.
Yeah, you never know.
That's true. That's true.
I
And
did
look,
have a stat for Tristan. I'll tell you guys now, but I was just curious. His most strikeouts, like who he struck out the most in his career? Jorge Soler. 7 strikeouts of Jorge Soler. Jorge Soler is 0 for 8 against him. So if Tristan McKenzie were pitching in that top of the first, maybe we would not have had that first ever leadoff home run in the top of the first.
0 for 8 with 7 Ks?
Yup. He's just not seeing him. Now, he had a bad start to the season, and a lot of those Soler did. So I'm guessing some of those came in the first half of 2021 before he got traded over. But even still, that's quite the line.
I feel like that's Tristan being 24 and only 30 MLB starts. Like, you got to step in there and tell us. Like, we got to hear this. You got to about what you've done to Jorge Soler. We'll get a different one day. We'll get Tristan laying down the hammer. Speaking of laying down the hammer, I feel like this guy's gonna have a lot to tell me. Our next guest coming in is Arda Ocal, who we have had a variety of times here as a guest on this World Series 2021 watch party. And Arda, I appreciate stepping away. It's hockey season, and you're still stepping away to join us to talk some baseball.
It's nice that you got the active players before me, so the IQ went up of the audience, and now they leave, and I can bring the IQ right back down. It's great. This was good booking by our MLB Twitch staff. Well done. Just OS, you did a fantastic job with the ordering of the bookings. We got to bring him back down to earth, okay? That's what we got to do. I'm a little confused, Jeff. I thought I was here to talk about another time the Braves were in the World Series in 1992 when the Jays beat them. I was prepared for that, to talk about that for an hour.
As bad as I am with talking about the Yankees' 27 World Championships, you're pretty horrendous talking about those same, the 2.
Can I be honest? So I actually asked one of our producers. I DM'd Bobo and I said, "Can you have one of the highlights from that series in '92 ready so that I can be like, oh guys, I noticed something in the first inning that in the Braves dugout, it was really, really interesting." And then it just goes to that clip, but it was too late. I asked too late, so the joke is ruined.
I'll tell you that Jorge Soler line drive to left field looked a lot like Joe Carter. You know, we got to get the measurements, the stat cast. It was roughly the same, I think, line.
Exactly. How we all doing?
Hey, we're good.
We got
over
World
here.
Series baseball. Yeah.
Game 1.
Can I just say one thing?
Going the other way.
May I say one thing? So, like, first of all, thank you, Ozzy Albies, for giving us all free tacos. But can I just say that no one is going to Taco Bell for just that one free taco. Like, that is the greatest marketing campaign I've ever seen in my entire life. Who goes to Taco Bell for just one taco? And for a plain taco?
Nobody.
That's not happening.
No.
I saw
I
you
remember going to
tweet
Taco
this.
Bell for about 20 chalupas.
Yes.
Like if it depends upon the night, it might be 10 chalupas, 15 gordita crunches. What was the one with the flat bread? It was like a flat one, but it was like a flat taco. What's that one called? That was one of my favorites
Crunchwrap
too.
Supreme, the one where it's like the crunchy taco with the soft
Yes.
taco around it.
Yes.
I'm telling
Yes,
you, tell
that
me
too.
in chat, seriously,
Yes.
who goes to Taco Bell for the one taco, soft or crunchy taco? I guarantee there's not a single person in chat that's like, oh yeah, no, I'll go for that one taco and not buy anything else.
No.
Arda, I respect
That's
you
smart.
going for
It's marketing.
a second fast food sponsorship right now.
Yeah, basically.
I feel like that's every sale in the world, though. You know, just like every promo, whatever it is, they get you, and then you're interested, and obviously you want to add on to the order. So I love it.
That's like the Halloween candy right now. They try to get you with the, buy one, get one free with the Reese's Pieces. And you're like, well, I might as well get 7 bags because I need some for the people coming through the street. I need some for myself. So it just happens like that.
And then you go back on November 1st for the excess, what's left over after.
Since we're talking about Halloween candy, I'm going to bring a conversation that is currently happening in another sport to here because I'd love to get all of your opinions. There's a big debate in the hockey community right now about candy corn and whether it's good or not. Can I get opinions from the dais here on candy corn?
Oh my gosh.
So first of all,
I
it's
feel
also
like-
college football. Oh no, Sarah, go first.
Yeah, well, I was going to mention, I thought you were going with, it was Mike Leach, right? After the game, there was a whole, what's your favorite Halloween candy conversation there that went viral. I think with, Alyssa Lang from SEC maybe. But I feel like the candy corn debate is like one of those, like, it's a hot dog, a sandwich kind of like constant Twitter debates. So like, I love that it's reignited amongst the hockey community right now. And I think my mom is watching, and that's like one of her favorite candies. So I think I have to say that I like it. I mean, I never knew that it was such a hot topic of debate until I became like part of this Twitter world in the last like 5-10 years, whatever it is. Like, I just grew up with like, okay, there's candy corn. Sure. Why not? It's candy. It's sweet. But I didn't know people had such strong opinions. So I want to hear all of yours too.
And we want to hear what the chat has to say. But Xavier, go ahead.
Yeah.
Chat is 100% candy corn enthusiasts apparently so far. Xavier, honestly, look at it.
Arda,
Everyone's
Sarah,
like,
Jeff.
oh.
I'm just laughing because my mom is like Sarah said, my mom is huge on candy corn. It's like, the one time of the year where you can see a lot of candy corn. My mom goes and gets a bunch of bags so she can have it throughout the course of the year. And I'm like seeing her during February, during the middle of summer, like candy corn is my mom's thing. And like, I think it's just okay or whatever. Like during October, I'll have some pieces of candy corn, but my mom will eat it like it's like popcorn or something, just like all day, every day. I'm like, what? This is not normal.
I think candy corn is trash, but I'll still eat it. Peeps is trash, and I won't touch it. Like that's the big difference. They're two seasonal candies that serve that don't actually taste good, and we've
Peeps,
turned
the
them
marshmallow, like Easter, right?
Yeah, but they try to make it too. They try to do it every holiday now. They're trying to do a Halloween version. No reason for either of them. Candy corn, I'll have if it's sitting out, but I won't buy it by choice. I'll leave it. But Xavier, I do want to ask, because we've seen and we see players like Marshawn Lynch in football eating Skittles, on the bench. We'll see MLB players eating some different things. I know there's urban legends about Jason Giambi eating a 4th inning and a 7th inning hot dog. What is the weirdest thing that you saw in a baseball dugout in terms of people eating?
The weirdest thing that I saw in the dugout. I mean, I've seen guys like eat the post game spread like pizza and burgers, and they'll like bring it into the dugout and just like eat it, and they'll have to go play the next inning. And I'm like, how can you even consume a burger or pizza right now in the middle of the game? It makes me want to just like think about throwing up on the field. But like some guys can just do it. Some guys can eat ice cream in the middle of the game. They feel like they need a little sugar. Like I can't do it. I was one of those ones that had to have like maybe a protein bar and like, you know, a banana, and that was it. And I had to get ready. But some of those guys can eat whatever. And I'm like, how do you do it? That's crazy to me.
Nothing like a rundown in a World Series game. I feel like we've brought Little League to the World Series in a way to score a run.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, every run is important though, you know? So you think about just putting that ball in play, and we talk about so much of our game is a lot of strikeouts, walks, and home runs, but like putting that ball in play there is so important. No matter if it's on the ground, just attacks on another run for Atlanta. And I think it was you and Sarah kind of talking about how important it is to get off to a good start as an offense, especially when you're not playing at home. So that's big for Atlanta.
Yeah,
Well,
for sure. And
I mean,
Arda,
teams to score. Oh, so I'm sorry. Teams to score
No,
first
you
are
go.
24-7 this postseason. So, just getting on the board, and that's not even considering home versus road. So just being in that spot, I feel like is really important.
wow. And we just had a play seem like a routine ground ball up the middle to end the inning. It looked like Altuve might have had a little bit of an errant throw. We're going to take a look at this in a second. Ozzy Albies running down the line. We're going to have the replay for you guys there. But Arda, I was going to say to you, he just beat it out. Ozzy Albies showing speed twice this game so far.
Yeah.
That gets the Braves an extra run that we're going to show you in a second. But Arda, I feel like
very
you asked us
behind.
when
I want
came-
everyone to know I am
Okay.
very behind my stream. Like Ozzy Albies is at bat right now. So like I
Then-
am extremely behind.
What do you think's gonna happen?
Yeah, gee, thanks for the spoiler, Jeff. Really
All
appreciate
right.
that, man.
Arda, I'll ask you a question that has nothing to do with it.
Okay.
Because you came in and you were like, how's it going, guys, when you started? And what I was thinking was, we're great because we had one of the most epic first innings in World Series history. And basically, when you're watching a baseball game, I feel like you want either an absolutely crazy high scoring game or a pitcher's duel. And so once that solo home run happened off the bat, it was like, all right, give us chaos. And that's what we're getting so far, right? That's what you want out of a baseball game, right, Arda?
Yeah, of course. You want pandemonium. We talked about this last stream. Remember the seventh inning of that 2016 ALCS matchup between the Texans and the Jays, right? Like that seventh inning was so crazy that ESPN literally played the entire hour as its own show with no just here's the seventh inning. We're just airing the entire thing from start to finish.
That was
All the
ESPN, not
errors, the
TSN?
bad flip.
You think that was
Correct.
ESPN, not
It was
TSN?
actually, no, it was ESPN. It wasn't Canadian ESPN. It was actual ESPN. But like when you have moments like that, like, of course you want that. Of course you want to be entertained. That's what sports are. It's entertainment, right? So like this game has been fantastic so far. And it's been a lot of fun to watch.
I have my notifications now set for Sarah Langs. So I have Ozzy Albies sprint speed at 30.7 feet per second. I don't know if Sarah's got a
that
radar
sounds
gun and
fast.
she just did that, or
Sounds pretty
It is
fast.
fast. So 30 plus is elite. And I was curious as we're watching that play, and obviously him hustling to beat that out. So 30 plus is elite. His average was right around 28 this year, which is good. MLB average is 27, so it's already above that. But obviously these guys who are fast can just find that next level on a play like that, and really, really cool to see. And like, I feel like his speed is already half the story of this game with obviously our taco. But also, I mean, he affected so much in that inning with he's beat out 2 ground balls now and stolen a base and everything else. So really electric.
Yeah,
Xavier,
and to
you had
me,
that type
too-
of speed, right?
Yeah, right. That was not one part of my game. There was no aspect of speed in my game whatsoever. So let's talk about something else. I want to talk about Altuve and on that play. I just felt like he backed up a little bit too much, and then forgot who was running, but thought he had a little bit more time than he did and got rid of that ball way too late.
Yeah, I mean, and you, I mean, maybe as a first baseman, you saw in the 2010, what do we call it, the 2010s, the teens, the analytics of baseball shifting, so many shifts on. I mean, Altuve was positioned perfectly, it felt like, on that play, Xavier. But, is that something that you guys are always conscious about as infielders, just thinking about who's at, how you have to position yourself based on who's running and how fast they're going to get down the line?
Oh yeah, definitely. That's one thing you talk about before the games, coming into a series. You kind of go over every single player, and that's what they have little cards for, defensive positioning. But then also knowing the speed of each player as well. If it's Ozzy Albies and a ball's hit up the middle and it takes 3 bounces, you're not going to have the time you need to double pump and throw to first base. You got to come charge it, get rid of it. So that's one thing that you always go over. And I'm glad that Sarah highlighted the sprint speed, because that's something that we can now really quantify when it comes to a guy's speed. And you can see which guys are at the top of the level, in the top of the MLB, and then how elite they really are. And some of those guys that you think may not be that fast, they actually fly down the base pass. So it's the same thing in the outfield. You see catch probability 5%, 10%, and then you see guys track it down who you may not necessarily think can get to a ball. So I think that's one thing that's cool about some of those StatCast numbers that we get to see now.
Top of the second, highlights for you. Travis d'Arnaud getting things started, base hit the other way. Jock Peterson, base hit the other way. This is just clinical hitting by the Braves. Dansby Swanson hit this one a full 407, 408.
Right to the wall.
Both runners tag, so this made it second and third. This is what I was talking about, that rundown. Correa, Bregman, pump fake, runner scores. So
I agree, Jeff. I do love the dance of chasing down in between bases, right? Like, is he going to throw? Is he not? Can I outduel this person? Like, I do enjoy that.
Valdez got Riley down to end the inning. Xavier, that was what you were talking about a little bit, about Altuve getting caught maybe back a little bit. What I thought was interesting, seeing the replay again, the runner was in his line a little bit. So that might have had to do perhaps a little with why he stepped back. It seemed like he might have even lost vision of the ball for a second.
Yeah, no, I think you're giving him too much credit there, Jeff. I think that's
saying a lot, because I'm
knows.
not going to give Jose Altuve that much credit usually.
No, but to Arda's point too about the rundown, the pickle. That's one of the greatest things I love to see. I don't know about you guys too, because that's something that, as a little kid playing with your boys in the backyard or playing at the sandlot, whatever it may be, like that was one thing I love to do, and just work on the pickle. It reminds me of like the movie Sandlot too, when everybody else pickle, and everybody gets in on it. I love that.
And Sarah, it takes me back when we talked about during 4-Game Friday, Randy Rosarina stole home, and that was the first clean steal of home in the playoffs since Jackie Robinson, and that was, Xavier just mentioned it, there had been rundown steals of home in the past, those first third plays.
Definitely, yeah, that was the first straight steal we'd seen in the playoffs of home in a while, so
yeah,
it's really fun. But I agree, I mean, the pickle is such a fun play. I feel like when you're more a casual baseball fan, you're kind of getting used to, okay, what's this game about, and trying to figure out. I feel like that's something that always captivates people, of like, oh, what's going to happen here? And it's kind of one of those moments where you really don't know. I mean, obviously you don't know what's going to happen just overall in baseball, but there's something about that unique, like discrete moment that I think is really different than anything else in the game.
Do we, is there a stat or off the top of our heads, like how often does the runner get out of it? Like actually stay safe in that situation? I would love to know.
My rough analytics will say 5%.
Yeah, I was thinking like somewhere below 10%.
Yeah, I feel like that sounds right. I don't think those get tracked, but I think we need them to be. So, little plea for
Sarah,
our StatCast
you gonna get on
or
that?
someone. I don't know if I can do it, but hey, we got the off season coming up. If you want me to watch every rundown for the 2021 season, I will happily do it.
That sounds like a wonderful use of time. Yes.
This is what Sarah Langs had
Yes.
to tweet. Reminder: teams that score
nice.
first are 24-7 so far.
What a critical follow for baseball fans. You just don't stop, Sarah. You're just like a steady stream of valuable information. I rely on our stats and information team at ESPN. You just put all forth, and I'm just like, look at this, amazing.
She is the stats.
Well, it used to be
Yeah,
part
she
of
is
that.
the stats and information.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
afraid when I
used to be
say
in that
stuff,
Slack chat, but no longer.
I'm afraid that I brought up that rundown stat as a joke, and Sarah might just be like, well, I guess that's how I'm going to spend the month of January. And it's like, no.
We'll see.
No.
We're going to get a tweet from Sarah like in February where it's like, by the way, the runner is, and we're going to be tagged in it, and we're going to be like, we knew it. We knew this was going to happen.
Yes. No, I really want to ask Tom Tango, who does a lot of our StatCast stuff, kind of like the bare bones of like modeling how these stats work, like coming up with stuff like catch probability and sprint speed, some of the stuff that X was talking about before. I'm curious if there's anywhere in kind of the play-by-play data that stuff might lie. So that will be a question I'll be asking later tonight. We'll see.
Speaking of play-by-play, Jeff, can we throw some love to Joe Buck, since he's like one of the few people. I know that a lot of people like to drag the announcers because they're very easy targets, particularly play-by-play announcers. I'm not just talking Joe Buck. I'm talking every play-by-play announcer. Like, they're on the air. They're not the players. So they're very easy targets, especially on social media. But like, this, like, obviously people that do multiple sports like Joe Buck and Kenny Albert, like, that's not easy. It is not easy to be active in multiple sports at the same time. Like, even Steve Levy, like, he called a Seattle Kraken game, stayed in Seattle, did the Monday Night Football game.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, that is like to switch sports like that and to be adequately prepared or beyond that for important games like the World Series that Joe is doing right now. That is not easy. So for all the people that are out there dragging the announcers, like, I'm here to throw some flowers, because those people that are dragging them do not realize how difficult that job is.
If we're going to turn this into a whole journalism lesson, I'm ready to go. Obviously
I
we
just
have
want
Arda.
to give love to the announcers because they don't get it.
But
often.
No,
we've
makes,
done it.
It makes a lot of sense.
Totally
It
agree.
makes a lot of sense. I do broadcasting, and I take so much pride in being able to sit next to somebody who's done their homework about the game and has to do multiple different sports, because that takes a lot, and the research that comes behind it, and just being able to use the proper language, like, that's half the battle when you're switching from sport to sport. So seeing those guys and the way they go about their business, it is not easy. And you're always continuously going. You're always bringing up something, and it's I think it's cool to watch how they go about it day after day after day. So yeah, you got to give them their props.
I think the schedule lines up. Tuesday, Wednesday, that Joe Buck do some football on Thursdays too. Charlie Morton, little kick. Call that a 1-3. Getting Gurriel out, and then that is that Charlie Morton curveball we've been talking about. Line drive the other way. Braves get out of this. A little bit of a quicker second inning than before. Wait, so now let me backtrack a sec. So I don't know if you guys know out here, I've been doing the MLB watch party, so I haven't exactly been able to pay attention to every single detail that's gone on. It's 3-0 right now. So was the Albies play reviewed? What happened? I mean, was it 3-0, 4-0? Is my math wrong? What's the official score right now?
Yeah, it's
I think
3-0.
Soler just got to third on that.
Okay,
on
that's
the
what I
Albies play.
thought. All right.
And then Riley struck
Carry
out.
on, everyone.
No, but
False alarm.
I agree. I thought I'd seen a 4 on
I
the
think the
scoreboard for a
scoreboard-
second.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it
Yeah.
did post a 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
But I
not
think
crazy.
that was yeah, I don't think there hasn't been a review or anything. So I think it must have just been someone pressed a button. We've all been there,
Arda, I'm all in your back screen. Like I'm looking what's behind you. Is that NBA Jam?
Yes.
Like
So yes, I'm okay. Full disclosure, I'm going through a little bit of a midlife crisis right now, and instead of buying expensive cars, I've decided I want to build an arcade. That's what I'm doing.
That's
so
so dope.
In the back here is NBA Jam over here. This is a Star Wars virtual pinball machine. So this screen here, where the play area would normally be, is actually a pinball virtual setup, and then this is Street Fighter 2, or just a bunch of Capcom games. So basically, this is the nerdiest setup that you will find.
Wait, you're not done. What'd you bring to the office?
Oh yeah, and to I bought one of those like countertop Mortal Kombat machines that I put at my cubicle, and I basically challenged all of ESPN. Sarah, if you were still at ESPN, we would be playing Mortal Kombat in the office.
Oh my gosh, you
on
would
the
be
third
wiping
floor
the
of
floor
Building
with me,
3.
no question.
We would be.
Wait, I have a
exactly.
question. I have a question that just real
That's so
quick is going to
awesome.
be inside baseball, and it's only going to be relevant to X and Arda. But have you talked to Greg Colley about that? Because he loves those like arcade machines and everything, Arda. Like
So,
the first time I
yes.
learned that collecting these was a thing was talking to him about it.
So Colley's one of my
And he's your
favorite people
producer
at
on Sports
ESPN.
Nation, or CP.
Yes, he is one of my favorite
Yeah.
people at ESPN, and he is also a fellow
Thanks.
giant nerd. And he also has arcade 1-up machines in his house.
Yes.
And so yes, we've talked about it at length. And his son, Austin, is also a big hockey guy. He plays the hockey game, video
Yes.
game a lot. So we bond over that as well. But X, the company is, and I'm not getting paid to say this. I'm only mentioning it because it was brought up in conversation, I promise. But the company is called Arcade 1-Up. And they basically create 3/4 size arcade machines, and they're pretty affordable. Like you'd think it'd be in the thousands, but it's definitely not. It's like a few hundred. It's really, really affordable. So I check out the site, man. I check it out. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. You got the man cave wheel spinning right now.
100%. They need more sports, though. I will say that. Like, I'd love to see like a baseball themed arcade machine. Give me like RBI baseball and backyard baseball. Like, give me a whole bunch of like the baseball greatest hits and put that in an arcade machine for me. That'd be dope.
Well, our next guest is going to probably think we're all dinosaurs right now as we bring in Joe Adell, who's laughing out there of the Los Angeles Angels. You understand any of what we're talking about from the arcade scene? Joe, I think we got a muted mic. You seem like you got great points here, and I'm excited to hear it. But you are either muted or your mic isn't in. So let's get you hooked up so we could hear what you were just talking about.
He's got a nice setup too. Like he's got some art on the wall. I think that's maybe a picture of him playing in the background there. It's nice.
I was gonna say he's got a great shirt. He's got the whole look here. They're gonna get Joe set up right now. He is like, what is Mortal Kombat and NBA Jam? And
that was by far the most boomer conversation that we could have had. All games from the 90s. We're like, hey, let's go, yeah.
I just saw like boom shakalaka in the background, and I was like, whoa, that's definitely NBA Jam.
It looks like we got YouTube wants some dad jokes. I know, Arda, you can probably have some great dad baseball jokes coming around. We're going to bring in 22-year-old Joe Adell in a second, who's going to be a star in Major League Baseball for the next couple of decades. As we see the chat getting ready to go, our production team is working it out with him right now. Game is in the top of the third. Braves have another runner on base right now. Framber Valdez is up to 50 pitches right now in the top of the first. I see some people saying, well, why aren't we watching the game here? We are watching the game. It's on Fox right now. You can catch the game wherever you are, wherever you can get a hold of Fox on your TV, the Fox Sports app, wherever you might be able to on your phone, on your smart TV, wherever you can watch this game. We're going to be talking about the game. We're hanging out, talking about it. We'll show you all of the highlights. But right now, we'll talk about it. It's the top of the third. There's a runner on first for the Braves.
It's Eddie Rosario.
Eddie Rosario.
It's Eddie Rosario, and he just came. I mean, we were hoping for him to do something when Trevor May was giving him all that love back in the first, but he just keeps hitting. And my biggest surprise with that was that he actually hit a curveball in the zone, which of course is a very normal way to get hit. But what I love about Eddie Rosario is he is such a great bad ball hitter. I mean, if you go back the last 3 years, he has more hits on pitches outside the zone than anyone else in baseball. And I think we tend to think, okay, if you swing at pitches outside the zone, if you're chasing a lot, it's not going to work. But he's the type of guy who makes so much contact that it does work for him. So I missed the hit. I saw him standing on first. I went back to watch it, and I was like, what are we doing? I wanted to talk about him hitting a pitch like at his ears, but he didn't do that.
By the way, another guy, he was teammates at the beginning of the first half of the season in Cleveland with Tristan. Tristan didn't say anything. And then he got traded to the Braves. It was one of these trades as here we go. Adam Duvall, speaking of trades, back to the Braves. 5-0 now. I'm sorry if I see Sarah, I see empty looks from Xavier and Arda.
Oh yeah, no, he just did a check at first. Yeah, I'm waiting here. I'm waiting. Gee, I wonder what's gonna happen now.
I see some sad Astros fans. It's a shame. It's real, you know.
While we're waiting for our next guest, may I say one thing? This is totally random, just another production, like inside baseball thing. I would say baseball, MLB does the best job of using the 8K camera shots. I love the, like after a touchdown, I think that shot is amazing in football. But I would say overall, like start to finish in a broadcast, baseball uses it the best in sports right now.
And I feel like it's the most natural, maybe. Like, there's something about the baseball field where it's just the most natural to have that kind of view of it. Whereas in football and in other sports, like the NBA, it's like, well, I'd never be standing right there on the court. I'd never be right there in the end zone. But there are field level seats. Like, there is something to the fact that you kind of could have that view in baseball if you're super, super lucky. So I just feel like it's a little more seamless, maybe. I don't know if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I think another thing too is we get such a great view of the guys' emotions. You know, with football, you have the helmets on, so you don't get to see really the full sense of emotion coming off of their face. So I think that's so special when you get a guy running right next to a guy that's hit a home run. You really see how that person has reacted, and you feel it along with them. So I think that's pretty cool.
I see we got some chat has their own opinions on that. I see Great White FK8 says is talking about the Eddie Rosario deal got no attention. All the baseball media wanted to talk about was Rizzo and Gallo. I feel targeted. Here's what I have to say.
I have a response to that.
Yeah.
He was injured when they acquired him. Like, that's the reason.
Right.
You know, he wasn't going to be able to play initially. So I think that was the reason, whereas the other two guys were, and a lot of other acquisitions too, you can go to Javier Baez and whoever else were in the lineup for the team that acquired them, like on July, August 1st or August 2nd, whenever it was, soon after the trade deadline. So I think that was kind of one of these unique trades we've seen where a guy was acquired with the team knowing he wasn't going to play for them for a bit. So I did see that in the chat. I'm glad you called it out, but I also want to just, put that out there as well.
Xavier. All right. How about, listen to this. Eddie Rosario was traded for Pablo Sandoval, who did not end up playing a game for Cleveland. But Pablo Sandoval this year, at a sprint speed of 22.7, was the third slowest in Major League Baseball. Who were the only two players slower than him? I see Sarah laughing. She might know the answer to this.
Yeah, I know one has to be Pujols, I believe.
That's one.
Man, I'm trying to think of who could be the other one. Yadier Molina. They got to be slow.
Well, good to hear that Xavier knows the speed of the ex-Cardinals.
I was like, there's got to be a reason he's coming to me with this one. Oh, the homer. Ooh.
111.7 off the bat. Jeez, that took a while to say.
Well, this is a totally different Framber Valdez that we saw that we're seeing the last start that he had against Boston. I mean, he did such a nice job of staying down in the zone and being able to get ground balls and being able to get a lot of weak contact. It seems like the Braves hitters are right on his stuff, especially his mistakes in hitters counts. 1-0 count there. You're looking to drive something. Adam Duvall, one of those trade acquisitions in the middle of the season. Another nice job of nice piece of hitting.
And Yimi Garcia is now in the game for the Astros. Xavier, you look at it like you were mentioning it, Framber Valdez. I mean, just an incredible performance he had against Boston. And then this happens. I mean, you saw there was 2 line drive homers to left field, the one that Jorge Soler hit at the beginning of the game. What was different about his stuff today? Or what can you tell is different when players are hitting the way that they were against him?
Yeah, I mean, he's just not keeping guys off balance. You see good balanced swings, especially in those 2 home runs. You know, and I think that's one thing that you notice about how deep the Braves lineup is. You get guys, any guy in this lineup can do damage. And with Valdez in that last start against Boston, such a good job of using the lower part of the zone and really focusing on getting ground balls, weak contact early in the count. And now we see he's a little bit more up in the zone, doesn't look as sharp as he was in that game 5 against the Boston Red Sox, and doesn't look like he didn't look like he had the late life as well. You weren't seeing really the swing and misses that he was getting in game 5.
So apparently with that Duvall home run, the Braves now have 9 home runs this postseason from players who played for another team this season, which is now the record.
Wow.
That stat could literally only come from Elias, by the way, which is where it came from.
Yeah.
100% Elias stat. Like, that is a quintessential Elias. You don't even have to say it came from Elias. That's how Elias the stat is.
Yeah.
I would say.
And they also had the most, I think they had the most in the regular. There's a stat about, 55 home runs, I think, regular season and postseason by guys who they acquired in season, which is also the most. So just wild. I guess it'd be 56, 57 now, 2 of them today. So, yeah.
Well, I'm looking down the lineup right now. I mean, I guess it's a question of how many guys were even in the lineup to start, right? Freeman, Albies, Riley, and then Darno and Swanson. So 5 of the 9 starters tonight were on the Braves at the start of the season. And this is a big reason how a team loses Ronald Acuna Jr. and still is able to be in the World Series and winning game 1 of the World Series against a great pitcher handily right now, 5-0 as we get a look at Charlie Morton right now in the dugout. You know, he's going to have to wait around a little bit, which I know none of us were major league pitchers necessarily, but you know, there's a whole aspect to that. Jock Peterson's up. Sarah, he's got the pearls. Do we still not know where the pearls come from?
You know, Stephanie Epstein, I'm not sure how you say it, of Sports Illustrated did a great story where she talked to his jeweler and his jeweler said that he got a text and he said, I want to do a pearl necklace. And his jeweler sent back a text with just a question mark. Which is just amazing. We've all gotten that text and been like, did you not understand what I was saying? Like, we know what's going on here. But it was pretty cool. I mean, I'm still not sure that we know the genesis of why he wanted them. That's just kind of like the process he went through. But the thing that I loved most about the story was it mentioned how each individual pearl on the strand is knotted in between. So, like, if this breaks when he's batting or he's making a play in the field or anything else, they're not going to spill everywhere. And I understand, like, blank looks from you guys, unless they're, I mean, X, I know you have a very young daughter, so you're not familiar with this yet, but talk to me in 5 years, you will know what I'm talking about. But we have all had, like, toy bracelets that broke and the beads go everywhere. So I just love that he, you know, his jeweler was thinking, okay, we don't want that to happen on a major league field. Let's figure out what we can do so that doesn't happen. So that's my favorite little like niche thing about the pearls, that again, probably doesn't resonate with all of our baseball fans, but really important to know. We're not going to have everybody looking on the warning track or looking around first base if this thing does break at some point.
It's the modern fighting necklace is what it is.
Yeah.
I feel like I
it's
can
like
see
the-
Arda rocking some pearls like that.
Yeah,
I'm a big neck bracelet guy, so I have a lot of like beaded bracelets, so I know exactly what Sarah's
There you
talking
go.
about. You pull too hard and then they
But-
just fall all over the place. I was
Yep.
thinking more like Akuma in Street Fighter, who has the giant beads as he's fighting. Like, that was the
That's
first thing that came
good.
to mind for me. I was like, yep, that's some Akuma vibes right there. The only thing he's missing is batting in sandals, but I don't think that's gonna happen.
Yeah. That was one of my favorite guys to go to.
Oh, 100%. 100%. He was a cheat code. Just ridiculous.
Arda, you remember, did we talk about this last time you were here, MLB Slugfest, and like how you could, it was the midway games that you could do the codes, like click a bunch of
Yep.
buttons before
Yep.
getting started, and you could have like gigantic heads, or you could play with a bouncy ball or something like that, and you could always have those weird sort of like different ways of styling the game in a different way. You'd still hit the ball the same. Like your guy could be small, he could be huge, it'd still be the same. It was just the aesthetics.
Speaking of that, there was a proposed MLB version of NBA Jam. I know we're going off the rails here. I promise I'll make this short. So like in the 90s, there was a whole movement to make video games like very combative and arcadey. That's why like NBA Jam has fire and it's like less players and it's faster and flashy dunks. And then hockey had a version 2-on-2 open ice challenge, which was an arcade machine. And they made an
NHL hits.
MLB version. Yeah. And NFL Blitz is another one. Like they had, that was like the thing to do in the late 90s, early 2000s, or just basically the whole decade, right? MLB actually had a version that was created as a prototype, and there are a couple of arcade cabinets that were created. So some Midway employees that they also created Mortal Kombat, etc. They have them in, like, one guy I know in particular actually has one of these cabinets in his house. So like it never got released for whatever reason, but it got to the point where they were actually trying to create them to see if there was like a market interest. So that's like a story for another day, but that would have been cool. MLB Jam or MLB Blitz or something.
That could be worth something if you have something like that, right? Like,
yeah,
that
totally.
not everybody else would get.
100%. 100%.
If you are not following at MLB Gaming on Twitter, this is a great time to plug that because they do some awesome stuff in the MLB gaming space. I also see Chiz Plays fans clearly coming into the chat because I see a lot of people saying spin the wheel, Jeff. We're going to talk to Chiz all about how his fans send me memes of me spinning a wheel because that's what has happened after he's been around on this channel. As Dansby Swanson goes down and has some words for the umpire. Astros get out of the top of the third. Damage continues to be done. We're getting a little look at Dusty Baker right now on TV. That sort of Sarah, it seems like that father figure for everyone. He's kind of not just taking the ball, but he's given Framber Valdez a little look. You know, he's probably saying something like, "I need you game 4 probably now because you're coming out early," or something like that.
Absolutely. And I think he's telling him, you know, this happened in the ALCS and look what you did for us in that other game. You know, if there's anyone who can give the right pep talk and know what to say, even after an outing like that, and help him bounce back, I think it's Dusty Baker. I mean, I was just in awe after they clinched the ALCS and all of the post-game interviews. You know, Carlos Correa and Alex Bregman, everybody's getting asked about Dusty Baker. And I just think it's amazing the respect they have for him, as they should. But, you know, this is a guy who is getting respect from players who were close to his age when he was that 43-year-old manager in 1993. And now he's getting respect from guys who are about the age of his son, Darren, who's in the Nationals organization, you know, or a little bit older. So, you know, obviously a bummer of a start for Framber, but you never know with this Astros team and this Astros offense. And I think, you know, the message is just to keep it positive, and he can always come back and do what he did in that 8-inning start we saw just a couple of days ago in his next outing.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Hey, Arda, I got a question for you, man. obviously former WWE, now doing the Sports Center thing. You've been everywhere, hockey. Like what's like the craziest event you've ever done, or what's like the number one thing at the top of the list?
LCS World Championships, right, Arda?
Oh my Lord. Actually, that was crazy. That was like one of the more mind-blowing events. The first, this is not baseball.
He's
obviously, but,
talking
like,
about League of Legends, not ALCS
so like
or
imagine
NLCS.
this. The first thing I ever do for ESPN, my first assignment, it wasn't going to the World Series. It wasn't covering any traditional sports game. It was going to Madison Square Garden for 2 sold-out nights of League of Legends video game esports. And I walked in and I didn't know. I walked in and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Like giant screens up on the famous MSG ceiling. And at the bottom, there's a huge floor, just a beautiful looking setup with both teams by their PCs, and they're playing, and the fans are dialed into it. And it was like the vibe was incredible. It was loud and passionate. And it was funny. I talked to a security guard that day, and he was like, "This is the easiest gig I've ever had at the Garden. Not a single fight. No one is acting up. Everyone is just sitting down watching the game." It was just like unbelievable. And like, honestly, that was the day I grew a huge appreciation for esports that I still have today, by the way. I'm a big proponent of esports, but that was a crazy event, I would say. But, any event that has like a mass amount of people, like going to a WrestleMania with 80,000 people, even if you don't have a love for pro wrestling, like you can't help but like get caught up in it, right? Like you go to a World Series game, even if you're not a baseball fan, you're gonna get caught up in it because there's so many people. The passion and the energy is contagious, right? So like, yeah, like many of those kind of games, it's crazy. It's fun.
That's wild.
Speaking of
What
Madison
was your
Square
first
Garden,
Sports Center like?
Was
there
insane, dude.
nerves behind that at all?
Yeah, definitely. Like, absolutely. One of my first sports centers, like the first one was crazy because it was like, like you as Jeff can tell you too, like as a broadcaster, like that's one of the destinations. That's like a dream, right? Like that's like you're an athlete, you want to play in the majors of your sport. That's our majors, right? Like that is the show. So to get there is like a dream come true, of course. And I think it was either the second or the third one, I was on the Sports Center when Ronald Acuna Jr. got injured. And that literally happened like 5 minutes before the Sports Center began live. So that blew up the entire show. Basically, the rundown that we had in the garbage can, we got to go right to like wall-to-wall Acuna coverage. All right, call Jeff Passan. Is he available? Call Buster Olney. Is he available? Like basically, who do we have that's around that we can talk to? Is there someone in the Braves organization? Like it was just basically pandemonium, and the producers talking in your ear. I know this is very inside, but like the producers talking in your ear, like, hey, we might go to this. We're going to do this. This is upcoming. This is possibly going to happen after the break. It was like, shout out to the team behind the scenes, because that is not easy to have to like pivot like that on a dime. And that was crazy. Like after doing that show, I was like, all right, if I can survive that, I think I'm good. Basically.
That's nuts.
Crazy.
Well,
crazy.
Arda brought up Madison Square Garden. Knicks are up 97-78, if anyone was wondering. Top of the third highlights right now, our little Sports Center right here. What happened in the we're watching the Braves against the Astros. Eddie Rosario, that's that base knock that we were talking about. He got on to start the inning. Braves continue to pour it on at the plate. And Adam Duvall, line shot, left field, get out of town. 5-0 Braves. And that would be the end for Framber Valdez. He took off his hat. Xavier, I think he knew right then and there, yeah, this is it for me.
Yeah, just didn't have the stuff today. And, you could tell just, wasn't able to get a lot of the swing and miss. And wasn't in the zone, using the corners of the zone. A lot of times, with a pitcher being in the middle, it's easy to kind of pick and choose, okay, this is what I'm going to go after. I know he's going to be in the middle of the plate, but when a guy's on the corners, it's tough to decide which pitch you want to try to attack and where it's going to be at.
Sarah, why don't you read your tweet here?
Yeah, so I was just wondering if the Astros would have any chance at a comeback. Of course, they always do. Anything is possible, but I was curious if they'd done this before. And they've only come back in one prior postseason game where they trailed by at least 5 runs. It was 2005 in the LDS. It was against these Braves, and that game went 18 innings, and Chris Burke hit that very, very famous home run to end it. So we'll see. I don't know if we're going to get an 18-inning game tonight. It's happened before. Max Muncy recently. We had Brandon Belt a couple of years back. So, and of course that one. But I was just curious about the history there.
With that, we will take another attempt at bringing in Joe Adell from the Los Angeles Angels. And Joe, there you are.
Please tell me you got
Yes,
We can hear you.
there we
can
go.
hear you.
Yes,
Okay.
we got you.
And we
Yeah,
are
I was
excited.
saying, I was about to lose it over here. Okay, good. We're all set.
Listen, we all wish that we didn't have to deal with technology and could just play baseball like you. But that's why you do what you do. And Joe, I got to ask, watching the World Series as a player in Major League Baseball right now, obviously you want to be out there, but are you laying back and watching as a fan, or are you kind of breaking everything down in your head as plays are happening, as pitching changes are being made?
That was a little tough to hear, but I'll just go from what I heard. It's exciting to watch. I enjoy kind of that grinder type baseball, and that's where we're at in the season. We're at the point now where it's really not about a homer. It's about base hit here, move a runner here, steal a bag when the opportunity's there, and it's exciting to watch when you know what you're looking at. I think at this point in the year, you're seeing teams play the game the way it should be. Executing in certain situations. I mean, it's going to be the small things that are going to win this game, and that's going to win the World Series. So,
Can I ask a question? Listen. I want a lot of this to be about you, but obviously, since you play for the Angels, I'd be remiss if I just didn't ask about being on the same team with someone that gets a lot of attention on the Angels, and that's Shohei Ohtani, especially this season. Like, what is it like being on a team where like so much attention is put on a guy that like a lot of people are calling a unicorn, right? Like the way he hits, the way he pitches. Like, what is he like? What is he like outside of the diamond?
No, he's probably one of the best teammates I've ever had. Honestly, I mean, obviously, there's a language barrier there, but just a really good guy. And, just like a lot of us, gets his lifts in, gets his pregame stuff ready to go. He's up and ready to play every single day. And the thing with Shohei is you just watch how regimented he is about his process and how he's going to go about his work. It's really interesting. It's a little bit different than maybe how we normally do things, but he does the same thing every single day, and he knows what works. And when you're around a guy who's that regimented and you see the level of success that he has, I think being a young player and being up for, kind of put together between this year and last year, sort of kind of a full season, it's good for me to see. It's good for me to be around a guy that can really go out every single day and compete at the highest level and perform and be able to see how he does it.
Little unfortunate news. We want to bring everyone right now, just real quick. So Charlie Morton, who was dealing, this was his 44th pitch. It was a strikeout on Jose Altuve, but you see a little grimace and a little bit of a limp off the field. Seemed like some sort of lower body injury there for Charlie Morton, and he knew it right away. So Charlie Morton has come out of the game for the Braves. And that is a blow. They do have the 5-0 lead right now, but you lose Charlie Morton, you bring in AJ Minter, and all of a sudden this is a different ball game right now, Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so unfortunate to see, and he was pitching really well, but everything we're talking about his career and trajectory and everything else, you really hate to see anybody get hurt, but especially a guy who is in such a peak moment, even at such an advanced age for the sport. So hopefully he'll be okay, and this is precautionary more than anything else. I'm sure we will get an injury report at some point soon. But now it's a bullpen game for the Braves, and I think that the bullpen was kind of going to be an X factor for them here. It's been really good for them so far this postseason, but they had some bullpen questions during the regular season. So I think it's really going to be a question of whether they can continue with kind of that momentum they'd started to build in late in games. And unfortunately, it's happening in the third inning right now.
Yeah, and we've seen the lefties especially come out of their bullpen be extremely strong. I'll be interested to see which right-handed guy is able to eat up some innings. One of their go-to guys in leverage situations had been Luke Jackson, and he's struggled over the last couple of games as far as his consistency. So it'll be interesting to see who does eat up these innings and keeps them able to keep this 5-run lead. Joe, I want to get back to you and ask you, obviously, you're an amazing talent on the field, five-tool player, but one thing that I love about what you do is the Joe Adell Foundation and what you're able to do off the field. Can you speak a little bit about that foundation? And one of the things that I thought was one of the coolest things is giving the cuts for kids and giving the middle school kids and get the kids their haircuts. Because I just think about, what you're able to do with that platform speaks highly about you.
No, absolutely. So I actually started it, most people would kind of say right after you get drafted is a little early for a foundation. But for me, I kind of had a plan in place as to what I wanted to do. So I started mine right after I got drafted, and I made it an open-ended foundation. So the way I've set it up is I basically, in the city of Louisville, I get my ideas from kids at local middle schools. So how I present the foundation is basically, it's going to be a year-to-year basis with 5 or 6 projects. And I let the kids decide on what those projects are. There's an academic requirement to be in the group to discuss these projects and what we could possibly do for the city of Louisville. That's where I'm from. And I kind of made it into an academic challenge in a way. So I got the kids engaged, got them involved and kind of real big time thinking as to what can we do for our city to continue to grow it. And over the years, it's just been great. The different things that we've been able to do. One thing that I really liked a bunch was the turkey drive. It was the first event that I ever did along with my baseball camps. But the turkey drive was huge because, you just, that day of the year on Thanksgiving, you just don't know how many families can't afford to eat or to have a meal for that day. So going around and starting with 250 dinners and getting all the way up to 500, 600 dinners we were able to do a couple years ago. It just really makes you feel good, and it's the right thing to do. And as things have gone, we've done Fill the Fridge, which was another one I really liked, where we used volunteers to go grocery shopping for families in inner city Louisville, where we were able to go out and fill their fridge with everything that they need for the week or for 2 weeks or for however long, and kind of just be there as a support system for the city. And I think I've done a really good job. The team has done a really good job of putting those things together. It's not a massive thing. We didn't start it to be a massive foundation. We just wanted to do right by the people in the city as quickly as we could. And that's how we started it.
That's amazing, dope, man. Good vibes, man. Good vibes. That's really cool. Really unique too. Like it's a cool, like that you're having a creative way to get kids involved. That's really cool. As opposed to here's a bunch of money kind of thing. Like you put a lot of thought into it. That's awesome.
And I'll tell everyone, Joe, follow on Twitter and Instagram, Joe Adell FDN, if you want to follow everything going on with the Joe Adell Foundation. His name's right there on your screen, at FDN on Twitter, Instagram, and you will find some of the awesome stuff that's going on. And you talk about Louisville. I mean, I got a little bat behind me here. I've been to Louisville. I've been to the Louisville Slugger Museum. I want to ask you, for those who might not understand, what does baseball mean for the city of Louisville?
I'm sorry?
What does baseball mean for the city of Louisville?
Well, it's one of those things. Obviously, in the city, it's big in basketball. Obviously, you start getting down to Lexington, you start really talking about football and whatnot. But for me, in the city of Louisville, it's something that's growing. You're starting to see guys go really high in the draft, out of the university. Obviously, they're not from there, some of these players, but they're starting to build I've been able to kind of build some talk around playing the game and getting kids involved in the game. And I think it goes back to my foundation with how I've started off running these camps, right after the draft. The reason I wanted to do it right after the draft was because it was recent talk in the city. People were talking about where I was going in the draft and how I'd just gotten drafted. And I thought it'd be a good idea to really get with kids and show them the game and have them understand the game and what it could be for them in the future. Because it kind of goes into one of those things where baseball is really expensive. And you talk about the area where I'm from and around those areas, not everyone can afford, hitting lessons, bats, balls, all of these things that are required to play the game, not including tournament fees to play more competitively. So I think me being drafted, 10th in 2017, I made it a point right away to jump in and try to grow the game in the city and let everyone know that, you don't have to live in Florida or LA to play this game at the highest level. You can grind right here in the city and become anything that you want to be. So that's kind of where I was trying to push baseball in the city.
Well, Joe, I think that's so important too, because you think about what's so special about our game is guys come from all different backgrounds, all different environments, all different places, different countries. And I think for young kids and the youth to be able to see that you can make it it doesn't matter where you're from, and just to provide that encouragement, I think is what's special about the platform that players have. And as athletes, even though you're not necessarily always wanting to be someone that's looked up to, that's what you have as far as recognition. That's what you have as far as a voice. And I think that's what's special about what you're doing, because a lot of players can just go about their business and not worry about a foundation and just focus on what they have to do on the field. But I think the players that are able to give back in some sense, make this world be better, but then also the next generation of baseball players becomes that much more better for it and better people. So I commend you with that. That's awesome, man.
Appreciate that, X. I mean, it's one of those things where you just never know when you're going to be able to inspire someone to be great, and that's kind of how I view it. We've all had that inspiration at some point, to push us in whatever. And, if I can be that for kids around where I'm from and kids that were in the same situation that I was in, I'm gonna absolutely do that.
That's so
Bottom
dope,
of the
man.
third. Let's take a look at this here. Jose Altuve, that was the strikeout. Charlie Morton going down. And Fox did show, remember, the inning before, I believe, Yuli Gurriel hit a sharp ground ball that went off that same right shin of Charlie Morton. So the injuries might be connected there. Michael Brantley with a rip down the right field line here. And all of a sudden you start to wonder, one out. Astros have a runner on second. Braves are into the bullpen now. Houston starting to rock. Minute Maid Park. And Bregman grounds out to third. Stare down at first. And then Jordan Alvarez swinging. 90. Minter, change up, a little off speed, 90. Nothing big there. Off speed 90 away, sit him down there. Joe, you faced, in this same division, these Houston Astros. You've gone up against them a few times. You've seen this bullpen, you've seen this lineup, you've seen these starting pitchers. What is the feeling like in the clubhouse, whether you guys be home or away playing against the Astros?
I mean, I think it's one of those things where you go in and you're going to have a team that's going to compete at a high level, all the time, that know how to play well together. I don't think that's really talked about too often, but it's true. These guys come together, they know their strengths and weaknesses, and, they position themselves to be successful. And that's, offensively and pitching on the pitching side of things, really, really, really good arms, all the way through. It's just one of those things where, you face them, there's just not a whole lot of breaks. You get, a starter is going to probably eat 4, 5, 6, maybe. on a regular. You know, they just do a really good job on commanding the zone and getting their hitters back up. And that's what I faced. You know, that Houston team definitely has a lot of different looks on the pitching side too. So yeah, and the hitters, the lineup's deep. The lineup is deep. You know, there's no question about it. You know, 1 through 9 it can do damage at any point in time. But yeah, I just go back to the team play. I mean, at this point in the year, you're looking at 2 teams right now in Houston and Atlanta that just absolutely play good baseball. They play well together collectively, and that's really the key, I think, in postseason play. You know, obviously, hopefully, you know, we can be there next year and be able to make a push. But these are some of the notes I think as a player you sit back and you take as you watch these teams play, is just collectively, you know, how they're on the same page all the way around.
Jake Odorizzi now in the game, so they're bringing in a starting pitcher now out of the bullpen. Arda, we got to let you go, but before you go, I just want to. You became a little bit of a celebrity this week in Turkey, so I want you to let people. What happened?
I don't know, I just got some feature written about me, so I was like, I got all these messages from people in Turkey saying, "Hey, I saw you in a newspaper," and I was like, "Awesome." Let's grow the game in Turkey. That's what matters. Maybe we can get the Turkish national baseball team to compete at a higher level. That's really my goal, is to get the country of Turkey leveled up in baseball and other sports that matter to North America, so we can get them to play games here, and I can be like their super fan. That's really what I'm hoping for.
Well, with that, Arda, we appreciate you coming through throughout these streams, throughout the season. Yeah, with us, Arda Ocal.
It's fun hanging out with everyone.
ESPN.
Joe, you're in good hands. Let me just tell you, Joe, you're in great hands with Sarah X and Jeff. They are wonderful. It's a blast. Trust me. It's been fun for me to hang out with them too. So,
thanks for joining us, Arda.
Guys.
Fun stuff.
Yeah, appreciate you, Arda.
Good vibes, y'all. See ya. Enjoy the stream, everyone.
Good stuff, man. Good stuff. Hey, I got another one for Joe. Joe, hey, another young player that I enjoy watching. That you're pretty tight with is Brandon Marsh. I love the way that you guys feed off of one another. You guys are going to be fun to watch for a long period of time. How did you guys get so tight, and what's you guys' relationship like on and off the field?
Well, it's actually a funny story. So I played Marsh in high school. So, you know, we always went to the Atlanta tournament from Louisville. We would take a trip down there and play a preseason high school tournament. And him, from being from Atlanta, he'd be playing in the tournament, his high school team. And so I get into the tournament. At the time, I was injured. I had a back issue going on, so I wasn't playing. But I just remember a bunch of buzz about, you know, that kid with the long brown hair. I mean, he's just, you know, blah, 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 blah. And, you know, just people going nuts talking about how well he hit and how good of it he was. At the time, you know, it was kind of a debate because not a lot of people know, but he had a ton of football scholarships, a ton, you know, actually more than he had baseball, which is kind of interesting. But when I watched him play, I was like, you know what, because at the time, you know, high school guy, you know, myself, I don't want to give a lot of people credit. You know, I'm playing in this tournament and I'm like, all right, you know what, no one can impress me. And it was something, you know, there was something there. I was like, you know what, this guy might not go to college. And sure enough, he gets drafted in 16. I was in the 17 draft, and we met back up in rookie ball in Orem, Utah, and just hit it off. You know, both position players, you know, outfielders that were, you know, top prospects in the organization, and really just got tight. And it was naturally a thing. It wasn't anything that was forced. We just naturally kind of clicked, and you know, it's been that way all the way through. And I think going into this year, I told him, I was like, you know what, this is our year to show that we stick, and we belong, you know, playing every day. And so I'm just so proud of him, you know, out of everything that we both have gone through, just to see the level that he's at now and how much his game is elevated. And you know, that's a brother to me. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. I'm excited.
Yeah, I just think about how special it is that, we talk about Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout all the time and Anthony Rendon and, some of the big names on that team. But you look at the future of the Angels and what it can be. It definitely looks like it could be in some bright hands or some good hands with you and Marsh. So I'm excited to see what that looks like moving forward.
I'm really excited to get it going. There's no question.
Let's bring in another young gun, although not quite on the IRL field is where he does it, but we're going to see if he's got the eye black. Rockin' Chiz Plays, who's been a regular guest on here, Joe, you're about to meet, is coming in right now. And as I mentioned, I've had no Marlins outfit. He's got the Miami, Hawaii look going right now. Chiz, what is this? Is that a onesie?
Wow. Full body.
No, it's not. It's not like a romper or anything like that. But the Marlins jersey's in the wash. So, but that's why I'm. This is all I own is floral. I only own floral. So that's what we're rocking today.
Oh, Chiz, he's always coming with something.
I feel like we're like the Brady Bunch right now. Like I feel like I just look up and I don't know. It's enjoyable. No one's to my right, but this is fun. What's going on, guys?
What's going on, Chiz?
We're hanging with Joe Adell of the Los Angeles Angels right now.
I know. This is crazy, man. Crazy.
Yeah. Joe, I don't know how you feel. Hey. Chiz thinks that Trevor Rogers should win the Rookie of the Year. I'm just saying. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's what he's about with Rookie of the Year.
You know what's crazy, though? He's been the truth since day one.
Facts.
Since day one.
Facts. I mean, 100%.
And there's no question about it. He came. I remember being in Studio 42 during draft time because not a lot of people showed up. It was me and a couple other players, and he walked through, and I was like, "Yo, where's this 6'8" dude from?" It's like, it's a left-handed pitcher right here. And I went back, looked at some video, and I'm like, you know what? If he's close to what they say he's gonna be, it's gonna be scary. And you're seeing it. I mean, it's just the talent is just unbelievable, just absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah, you know what's funny is
just the whole thing.
What's funny is I was this was about a year ago. I was streaming and I was playing like one of my main games. I don't know if I can say the name on here. I don't know how this works. But I was playing one of my main games and someone dropped one of the biggest donations I've ever received, and it said Trevor Rogers. And I didn't know who it was. I had no idea, zero clue. And I remember watching playback and people telling me, yo, you're a Marlins fan and you don't know who Trevor Rogers is. And I'm like, there's no way there's no way there's Trevor Rogers. It's like a common name, I feel like, right? It feels common. But I ended up hitting him up on Instagram and I'm like, yo, was this you? And he's like, yeah, man. He's like a big fan. I'm like, yo, okay. Then I just became a huge, Trevor Rogers fan. And, it's been fun. It's been fun. I have a couple questions. I've been taking notes during, I take notes on my side. I was thinking the steal a base, get a taco thing that's going on, right? Is it just one base and that's it? Everyone gets a taco?
Yeah.
One base, game 1 of the World Series, steal a base. If someone steals a base in the game, America steals a taco.
Okay.
And it is on November 4th. Okay, November 4th, Chiz, is when you got to go in.
But I was thinking it should be every stolen base.
Joe, you can get a taco. We can all get tacos, free tacos, because Ozzy Albies stole that first base in the first inning.
But what I was saying is it should be every single base stolen should be an additional taco. And, it's 5-0. Let's say we get it into the 8th. It's 10-0, let's say. We should just let people steal and just ring up the bill, in my opinion. And everyone gets 12 tacos each, right?
But would it have to be in one sitting?
I like your thinking.
Hey, I'm right with you.
Sure. Maybe it's like a punch card. You keep going. They punch you for each month. You get a free taco every month. I don't know, man. But what's funny is last time I was on here, I was talking about how cursed I am as a baseball fan. and how like, I was rooting for the Yankees, they lost, and I was rooting for the White Sox, they lost. I was rooting for the Cardinals, they lost, the Giants lost, the Brewers lost. So now here we are, and the Marlins rival, right? I got the Braves, and then I got the Astros. The Duvall homer made me sick. I saw Yimmy on the mound. I'm just like, I'm trying to enjoy this, right? I'm still trying to. And now that I'm hearing that it's just one taco, it's a little disappointing, but it's I'm still enjoying the game. It's good. It's been good. Hopefully it picks up a little bit more though towards the end. So we'll see.
Wait, so who are you rooting for? I mean, this was the question I was going to ask you because, as you mentioned, we have been chronicling what's been happening to the teams you choose to ally with.
Listen, Sarah, if both teams are having fun, that's all I care about. All right, that's it. If everyone's having a good time, that's it.
Love it.
No, honestly, like whatever, whoever chat wants to win, I'll root for I'll root for the other team. So, chat, Astros or Braves, tell me who you want, and I'll just root for the other team and be a diehard, and we'll just go from there.
Hey, Joe, did you hear how Chiz said if both teams are having fun, like it was like a little league game or something? Like if one team is having fun, that means the other team is not having fun, Chiz.
Come on, man. This is the World Series.
We can still have fun, right?
This isn't a weekend game right up the road.
Hey, Chiz, I got a question for you. You mentioned the streaming a little bit and what you do, man. I know the Wii and the Mario and all that stuff is your realm. But, like, I always wondered, I forgot to ask you this last time, like, you stream some of the dopest games. How did you turn playing Wii into your career? Like, how does that happen?
I have no idea, man. To be honest, I don't have a clue how it happened. No, I started off. I was playing backyard baseball probably 3 years ago. I was hitting that hard. I was like one of the first people to play it, probably on YouTube, and then stuff happens in life, and so I kind of just I stopped playing it. I got an actual, I got a job. I don't want to say an actual job because this is like a grind, but I got a job, and then I came back because TikTok kind of popped off for me, and I started kind of jumping into like just a bunch of baseball stuff. I went from backyard baseball. I was kind of just working other games in, and then I really started to get into Mario Super Sluggers, and it's actually a tapped market that like no one has touched, and it's became to be like one of my games, and it kind of just kept going where YouTube was getting in the way of my other job, and I'm like, all right, I gotta kind of let this thing go, my other job, and now I do this full time, and it's fun, man. It's enjoyable. It definitely keeps me on my toes. I don't know how it happened. I've been grinding for like 10 years on this platform. So it finally happened, let's say. Now I just have to keep it alive.
Awesome.
So
real baseball, top of the fourth highlights for you right now, as we'll put a button on this conversation with Chiz, because we gotta keep talking about it. Jorge Soler, that first inning home run feels like a while ago. Jake Odorizzi in the game. Freddie Freeman, that's looking. Paints the corner with a curve. There's the steal a base, steal a taco. High tone plate. Ozzy Albies trying to run another one out, and he does. And then Austin Riley goes down. I don't know if you can give a guy an error when Ozzy Albies is running the bases. It just feels like every time he puts the ball in play, there's a chance he's going to beat it out. Joe, Chiz was talking a little bit about his gaming. Do you have a video game of choice in your career? Getting to the bigs, have you been able to play video games?
Yeah,
I mean, what
absolutely.
do you like?
I'm on Warzone, Call of Duty.
You play Apex or no?
Call of
Any
Duty.
Apex?
Hey, you know what? It's one of those things where there have been controllers that have been thrown. And
Oh, yeah.
quite frequently over the past 3 days, honestly. But yes, I love it. I love the idea behind it's more strategic, I think, more than anything. I remember playing Call of Duty a while back when I was younger in middle school, it was more of just run around and try to kill everybody. And now I think it has more of a strategy behind it. So yeah, I'm on there, of course, with Marsh. I mean, who else am I going in the war zone with, you know? So no, but I really got the whole PC set up and everything. It's a blast.
Awesome.
Joe, I feel like having
Fortnite.
a gaming system. Joe, I feel like having a gaming system is like an imperative part of the minor league baseball experience. Like wherever you are, you need to be bringing that around.
I'm sorry, you said having a gaming system is like what?
An important part of that minor league experience, like wherever you were talking about.
Absolutely.
I think you and Marsh in
Absolutely.
Utah
Look,
and different.
Here's how I put it: that 0 for 4 with 4 punchies, you come back to the hotel, you get a Warzone win, and it's like it never happened. That's what I say. I don't know.
I can attest, man. The video games in the minor leagues is like sometimes it's what gets you through, man. Maybe it's a bowl of ice cream while hitting some Fortnite, while hitting some duty, whatever it may be. It's gonna get you through, you know, those tough times. So
that's it.
And there's a lot of them in the minor leagues.
This is a game to flush it. Any way to flush it, turn the page, whatever you got to do.
Exactly.
Or just watch me, right? You can just watch me. You know, it's I mean, you could play and watch me at the same time. You know, it's just, you know.
Chiz, what's going on behind you right now?
I haven't cleaned this room in a while, man. I'll be honest.
No, it's like a Halloween. It's a Halloween theme.
Yeah, I went Halloween, man. I got spiders. You know, it's crazy. Arda was just on. Everyone says I look like Arda. If I shaved, I'd look like Arda. And then Arda's showing his arcade machines. I just got mine. Yeah, I feel like I'm slowly transforming into him. Weird. I'm gonna start like collecting arcade machines now all around my room. My small little office compared to his like entire loft. But no, I went, you know, I gotta go Halloween theme. And then, you know, when Thanksgiving comes around, maybe I don't know, what are some Thanksgiving themed things?
Well, now we got to ask Chiz his thoughts on candy corn.
And Joe.
Okay, I've had this conversation. All I have to say is, imagine not liking candy corn. It is the best. It is incredible. And there's two sides. You either love it or you hate it.
It never has been. It is not.
See, Joe hates it.
It's not.
Joe hates it, but I love it. You know. But I'm a big candy corn fan.
Never.
Big candy corn.
It shouldn't be a symbol of Halloween. Shouldn't.
What candy should be the symbol of Halloween, Joe? Which candy?
Snickers.
Okay.
Reese's. They're orange and black.
Okay. I mean, I haven't met anyone who doesn't like Snickers. You gotta think of the candy that everyone likes. It's like the most. It's the candy holiday, right? What candy do you like? Everyone likes Snickers. I've never met anyone who doesn't like Snickers, and maybe there's someone on this panel who doesn't like Snickers, but that would be a first for me.
Nope. They're
what
great.
if I can only think of kids allergic to peanuts?
Yeah, I feel like Jeff has a peanut allergy. Okay. I'd say there's a 90% chance.
Okay.
90%.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I have two relatives who do, but I don't. No, I would say, look, I'd say just your traditional Hershey's is what could get everyone by. Maybe like a Sour Patch Kids or a Swedish Fish.
Ooh.
I love Sour Patch Kids.
Ooh, Sour Patch.
Yeah,
that's
anything really sour, I'm in.
That's probably
sour Skittles.
That's probably 2.
Yeah.
It's number 2.
Xavier, you like sour punch straws?
But the watermelon one. It has to be the watermelon.
Those are good.
The watermelon, hey Joe, the water clutch. I remember going to like the Snack Shack concessions with Little League, going to get the straws, eating them during the game, before the game, after the game. Ooh, a go-to. Fun dips.
That's it.
Come on now.
Joe, we were talking about this before. Can you eat during a game? Like, do you ever snack during a game? I feel like, yeah. Do you ever snack during a game? I feel like I've got this wall between me and Joe during this conversation right now. I gotta make sure. I gotta fix my mic or something.
It's a little quiet on my end. That's the only reason why. Snack during the game. Yes. Yes, believe it or not, that's really big for me. I eat peanut
but
butter
not
and jelly
candy
during the
corn.
game. I eat peanut butter and jelly during the game, sometimes too. Trout makes fun of me. He'll say it's not lunchtime. You know what? Hey, I got to put something in my system. I'm out here exerting this much energy. You'll see if the camera pans over at some point next season, you'll see me over there having a full lunch.
I told you, Jeff. I told you some guys, they eat full meals during the game.
Look,
I told you.
If you guys professional
you know what?
athletes.
You go out there, you make a big play, you're running around the bases, whatever it might be. You come in, you're exerting a lot of energy. Have a snack or 2 or 3, maybe. Yeah, maybe 3.
I've seen
I'm all
guys
about
eating
it.
the post-game spread during the middle of the game, eating fried chicken, whatever, pizza. I told you, some guys will eat it in the middle of the game.
That might be too heavy. They might have overdone it. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, grab you 2 peanut butter and jellies, middle of the game, you'll feel great.
Was it a humbling experience the first time Mike Trout made fun of you about your eating habits?
You know what? That's an everyday experience.
Is that what he's like? Is that what Mike's like? Just ragging the guys?
Experience. It's funny because when I got my first check last year in the big leagues, Trout invited me into his locker because they had the locker split off for COVID. He invited me into his locker room and he goes, "Hey man, congrats on the check." And I'm like, "Thanks, man." And then he said, "This is what you're really working for." And he passed me his and I was like, whoa. You know what? It's literally the most exciting time of the year. I got my first big league check. You know, you want to frame it. And then you get handed the biggest check in baseball. And it's like, well,
motivation,
out, you know? But it's all good. It's all good. He's been definitely a big brother to me. So,
Joe, I feel like he's saying, I want to make the playoffs. I need to motivate this guy to play well, this young kid to play well and get this money one day.
Worked. We're coming for it. Let's go.
Hey, big error to score Astros' first run in the game. Dansby Swanson usually sure-handed at short. Looks like he might have got a bad hop. I got to look at it again, but we're going to get another look here. Just kind of misplayed it. Didn't look like it took too much of a bad hop. Maybe looking to turn it a little bit before he secured it.
We can see that.
But we talked about the little things earlier in this thing, and Joe knows, you know, and Chiz knows from watching the Marlins, like the little things become such a big difference in the postseason when it comes down to it. And even if you have a 5-run lead, those are the things that can give another team momentum going into the next string of at-bats.
I'll tell you this, Dansby Swanson, you could see that was just, I mean, that's just an accidental physical error. The top hand gets there a little too quick, boots that ball. I mean, Carlos Correa and Jose Altuve are out there playing in their 3rd World Series right now. This is Dansby Swanson's first go-around on this stage, and they're playing at Minute Maid Park. I mentioned this at the beginning. The roof is closed. Joe, there's been a lot of talk. I know there was talk before the game about they might open the roof tomorrow. Astros fans, I think they feel like they get that home field advantage when the roof is closed because that building can get loud. What's it like even just in the regular season there?
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I mean, it's a tough park to play on. I mean, not only the fan base is, they're in there. You know, I think they're one of those. I think they're a top team in the league with brutal fan base. I mean, they get after it out there. I mean, there's no question about it. But not only that, but believe it or not, it's kind of a difficult park to play in, you know, in general. As far as, you know, beyond, I mean, even the outfield set up a little bit. They have the out-of-town scoreboard out and left, and they have, you know, different things around the field that make it a challenge, you know, and that's, you know, part of home field advantage is knowing, you know, your home field, you know, when you're playing at home. So I think that's really going to come into play here, you know, tonight, as far as, you know, defensively, you know, for the Braves, because, you know, it's something, you know, Minute Maid is, it's a different type thing. So, but yeah, you know, for me, when I played, my last series there is actually before I got hurt. You know, forgot where the out of town scoreboard was and about knocked myself out on it. So be careful out there in left.
Oh no.
I'll just say that.
I feel like Altuve has like some Pablo Sanchez energy. No, you guys agree with that or no? Like a little bit. Even when he struck out, the way he walked, you know, I think it was in the second, he walked away just like how Pablo strikes out. They're just identical.
Neither strike out a lot. Blake in the chat on YouTube said Pablo Sanchez goated, so there have been some backyard baseball shout outs already tonight.
That's facts.
Is Pablo Sanchez the best hitter, like best baseball video game hitter of all time? Like, yeah, ever. It's got to be.
So I put Pablo Sanchez is number one, and the other guy that a lot of people talk about, maybe Chiz of my generation can talk about this, is John Dowd was Barry Bonds in MVP.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember.
Was not Barry Bonds or Xavier. You guess
they couldn't. Yeah, they couldn't have a Barry Bonds.
Yeah, I would say that in the backyard baseball realm, I think Pete Wheeler is overlooked. The guy's got wheels, and I think Keisha Phillips Keisha Phillips is also overlooked as well. That girl could just hit absolute nukes. You know, Pablo's the cover athlete. I get it, but you know, we're talking about like, you know, the fastest player in any video game ever, Pete Wheeler. So that's all.
We got Outlaw NR in the chat says, my top 10 Joe Adell moment is Joe Adell's throw against the Padres, Joe.
Sorry.
Did you catch that? We got in the chat, Outlaw NR says, my top 10 Joe Adell moment is Joe Adell's throw against the Padres. You know what they're talking about there?
Yes. They tried to run. I had to show something. I'm gonna stay home.
Head off the cannon. Hey, no, but one of the coolest things I saw this season was when you actually knocked a drink out of the kid's hand. Well, not that part, knocking the drink out of the kid's hand, but the part where you brought him the bat afterwards. What was kind of going through your head when you saw the drink fall out of his hand? And I thought that was cool that you hooked him up with the stick.
Yeah, well, during every inning, before every, half inning we're out in the field, I always give a ball to the fan, whether we're, home or away. It's just something I do just because, people pay to come and watch these games. And, I want the fans engaged and, I throw a ball up there. And this kid, happened to go out and try to reach for one. And he had a milkshake. And you could tell, where he was sitting, it was a lot for him to get up and get this shake, and I threw it up there and knocked his shake out. And so I didn't really think too much of it. During the next inning, I came back out. I had a bat that I signed for him and just handed it off, and I think there should be some more of that. We have fans out here that come and support, and it was an away game too. It wasn't like, we were playing at home, but it's just one of those things where it just kind of felt right in the situation. I had enough bats hanging around. I didn't get two-fisted during that series, so I had extra bats to pass out. So yeah, it was kind of organic, one of those things, and I just really didn't think too much of it. It wasn't planned. Just kind of wanted to make a kid's day, and it kind of blew up from there.
Well, that'll be a moment a kid never forgets, and you'll be his favorite player for a long period of time, probably because of that. So that's cool.
Absolutely.
We're looking at bottom of the fourth highlights right now. There's Kyle Tucker with a rip to right. That was the double, and we talked about this is the Astros starting to cook a little bit. Yuli Gurriel, base hit to left, and then Xavier, here's that play that Dansby Swanson boots.
Yeah, it just seemed like he mishandled it there, thinking about the double play. Luckily for the Braves, they still had a runner. Houston still had a runner first and third in that situation, less than 2 outs, a runner on third base. looking for a sac fly, they were still able to get out of the inning without any damage after that. So that's big for them. But at the same time, the Braves, Mentor throws a few more pitches, and they're using a bullpen game now. So you look at the wear and tear on the bullpen in today's game and how it's going to affect them in the next couple of games as well.
Yeah, and even more so, the Braves just tweeted out that Morton actually fractured his fibula. So it was in the second inning, there was a comebacker, went off his leg. So that means he threw a perfect inning in the third inning on a broken leg. He hit 95.9 miles an hour with a broken leg, but unfortunately it means that his season is over and they won't get him back later in this World Series, which is just such a bummer. Obviously puts the Braves in a tough spot, but you really have to feel for the guy after such a great season and really carrying this team.
For an inning, he put the team on his back with a broken leg, which has been done in video games before, Chiz. But was done again for that inning. Chiz, Joe, we appreciate you both stopping by. Chiz, we appreciate you all season. Joe, good luck next season out there with the Angels. Big stuff ahead,
Absolutely.
I'm sure.
Thank you, guys. It was really a pleasure to be on, so appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right.
Well, while they get our next guest ready, Sarah, you brought up Charlie Morton a little bit, and like you said, I see, Jeff Passan tweeting about Charlie Morton struck out Chas McCormick, got Martin Maldonado to line out, and struck out Jose Altuve on a broken leg. So pretty incredible stuff.
Yeah, I mean, again, perfect inning in the third there, and we saw him kind of grimace after that Altuve strikeout, and I think initially we thought it was something there, and they were saying on the broadcast there was some swelling based on that comebacker from the second inning, but, X-ray already that quickly, and just awful news. You hate to see something like that happen.
And you think about as a competitor too, as somebody that's played the game, you can only run off adrenaline for so long until, something else affects that injury. And it looked like that's what happened there. And finally there was kind of a last straw to where he was like, I can't go anymore. But to be able to do what he did, on a broken leg, like that's absolutely ridiculous at the age of 37. It just tells you, how well he's done a good job of taking care of his body for such a long period of time. And now the Braves are going to miss one of their top starters. It's just going to be tough.
So this game now into the top of the fifth, 2 outs right now. Travis d'Arnaud is up at the plate. If you're just joining us, the game is on Fox right now. You can watch it on Fox on TV. You can watch it on the Fox Sports app. You can watch it on your phone, any sort of smart TV you have. We'll be showing you highlights. We'll be giving you updates. We'll be hanging out. We'll be talking about it. We'll have Diaz and Merrill on in just a few moments if you want to hang with us here for a second. Not that there'll be any Yankees talk with them. I can assure you of that, right? I'm kidding. Sarah and Xavier. Hey, here they are. Bing Bong, the Bodega Boys are here. Fresh off. We got a Knicks win, and we got a Knicks win, and we got the Astros down 5-1. Jesus, what's better right now?
Knicks coming in
right now. You know what? It feels good. I feels good to see the Astros going through it. I don't know if they're gonna lose the whole series, but for them to be losing the same night the Knicks are winning, this feels like Christmas to us.
Put it in my veins.
Look, I know that's where I'm coming from, New York right now. I'm coming with you guys thinking you're thinking the same thing. Look, if either the Red Sox or Astros were going to be with us, give someone to root against, right, Mero? What is is it good that the Astros are in or bad, especially coming off that Astros Red Sox series?
I mean, listen, there's rarely it's not rare, but the ALCS, I was like, can both teams lose? Is there you know what I mean? If something happens
rare,
where
that's rare.
You know what I mean? It's never happened in sports. I was hoping it would happen. It didn't. But I would much rather have the Astros in there than the Red Sox. Come on, dog. We Yankee fans. We from the Bronx, born and bred. We can't have that. The Red Sox talking all wild in the benches oh, what are the Yankees at now? What are the Yankees at now? Y'all fishing in Cancun.
But let's keep it funky. The Yankees got to step it up a little. It's been a while since we've been to the World Series. There are 17-year-olds that have never seen Yankee parades. It's a tragedy.
That's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair. It's a tragic.
It's true. And you think about it, they had their opportunity going up against them in the wild card game, Yankees in Boston. So they don't have too much to cry about at the moment. They've now got to focus on their own organization, bringing Boone back, and now having to get some new coaches in there and try to figure out, okay, where do we stand now as a team fighting against everybody else that's getting better in that AL East? So I think that's going to be their own problems in that situation. But I got to ask you guys first and foremost, one of the dopest interview shows obviously out there. But how did you guys' partnership develop? Like, how did you guys come together? What's the backstory with that? And when did you guys know you had something special?
Well, we actually met all the way back in summer school, and it's like we didn't know each other. We knew of each other. We had mutual friends. But then fast forward like 10 years later, we reconnected on Twitter. People like just anytime we tweet at each other. We started the podcast. People love the podcast. Bing, bang, boom. We're interviewing Obama.
Just like that. Just like
that.
That
easy.
Just like that.
Fast track. You know what I mean?
I was gonna ask what is the favorite interview you've done? Is Obama at the top? Who's the top?
Bro, you know what's ill about that question? It's just like every time I turn to D and I'm like, bruh, we've done like 800 episodes of TV. You know what I mean? Like, and it's been literally 800 interviews. So it's just like, damn, like, you know what I mean? Like, obviously Obama, before Obama, it was like, yo, we got to get Obama. After we did Obama, we were like, okay, like the world is our oyster. You know what I'm saying? So
right. And we've had so many people on. We've had Obama. We had Nipsey Hussle. We had Mike Francesa on, which weirdly, if you're a sports person, we got super amped off of that. So we had a lot of favorite. It's like every day our favorite interview changes. So it just depends on when we wake up, how we're feeling. But that Obama interview, that was something. That's definitely the one you get stopped in the street and people have no idea who you are, but they're like, I remember that interview. And you're like, yes, we did that.
That's wild.
Yes.
Next year, Obama and Francesa together.
The
better.
Pope and the President.
They're both coaching teams in the All-Star game. It's going to be fantastic.
Amazing.
Let's check out top of the fifth highlights in this World Series Game 1. Astros, Braves. Odorizzi on the mound. Rosario, little ground out. Jose Altuve. He's in another World Series, guys.
I know.
I know. Yeah. I ain't even mad. But you know what does upset me though, as a fan of baseball, I just wanted to see Ronald Acuna out there doing his thing. It kind of sucks that he can't go. You know what I'm saying? He's injured and all that. But that would have been a whole different series if my man is involved. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, to talk about as a fan of baseball, shout out to Charlie Morton. You know, like he got the injury. Hope he gets better. But that inning he pitched with a broken fibula.
Fibula?
Like, I don't want to make it hurt. I don't want to make it controversial. Kurt Schilling whom? Okay.
Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. He's no longer the example of
exactly.
taking
it
over
new
the
goat.
team.
The fraction fibula
in hot off those Red Sox, coming in hot.
Take that. Y'all watching from home just like us.
But you know what the bad thing? The Yankees were in that weird position now, which happens every time in your life. Eventually, you got to stop and be like, oh, wow, it's me. It's nobody else. It's me. The Yankee organization has to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with itself. They have no one else to blame for any other problems. You know, play some, like, acoustic music in the back, drink a little Earl Grey, stare out the window, and reflect on what's wrong with you. Why can you not bring home another championship?
What's going on in the front office? What's going on with the farm system? I still believe in Gary Sanchez. You know what I'm saying? My fellow countryman. I still believe.
This guy.
I still believe. You know what I'm saying?
Well, look, Xavier brought up they're looking for coaches. The Yankees, I don't know if you guys applied. I don't know. I see a hitting and a pitching coach right here, maybe.
Listen, I'll tell you what. I would not, if I was the third base coach for the Yankees, I would not have sent Judge. I would have said, Judge, yo, Aaron, stop. You're too big. You a power forward size dude. Stop at third. Let's play safe. This is a one-game playoff. Don't try to.
I don't
Don't try
think
to beat out.
anybody else would have said Judge.
Nobody. The problem is we can't be any kind of coach or anything for the Yankees because we curse way too much, and those post games, it would just be a bunch of bleeps. You don't want that.
Oh man,
kids are still watching. They ask one question. I'm like, yo, who are you to question me? What have you done? And it's just like it's just off the rails from there.
What are you, a scout? A Boy Scout?
Oh, you want to take my job? Here, take my hat. Here, yeah. Not so easy now, is it, tough guy? Next question.
The Yankees' journey is going to be tough moving forward, but I want to ask you guys about you guys' journey because, you know, obviously you guys have come a long way from, you know, one of y'all being the small business consultant and one of y'all being a science teacher and, you know, just now having your own show on Showtime. What's been some of the, I guess, most difficult parts of the journey for you guys looking back?
Ooh. That's a good question.
I would say probably like learning the game. You know what I mean? Learning the TV, how to navigate TV and like the entertainment industry in general. You know what I mean? Because a lot of times, you know, you see people caught up in bad contracts, you know, signing somewhere for 5 years or, you know, exclusivity this and all that all that behind the scenes stuff that you don't, the unglamorous part of being on TV.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Was like was a tough pill to swallow. Like I feel like our time at MTV was kind of like undergrad for us. You know what I mean? We learned how TV is made, like, you know, the basics, you know, open up to camera, you know, where's my mic, you know, where's my line of sight, this type of stuff. So, you know, but going from there, you know, we've been
Hollywood it's a whole it's like learning a whole new language and moving to a whole new country because they've already got stuff established and you got to like learn how stuff do. Because like one example, they'll be like, hey, you're getting a show. And you're like, yes, let's go. And they're like, we're going to start filming in 2 years. And you're like, oh, okay, what do I do until then? And it's just, and that's just standard. But once you learn how to do it and navigate it, like I think one of the hardest things for us is like maintaining authenticity because you don't want to like not sell out, but you don't want to like lose what brought you in the game. Like we're from the Bronx, we're from New York, you know, like we're still out here watching Knicks games, rooting for the Yankees. It would break people's hearts if we just turned on the TV and you saw us rooting for the Astros or something, or, you know, just at a Cowboys game, throwing out the first pitch. Like, so it's just like little things like that. We got to stay focused and just stay on the track. But it's been a fun journey. And we are not complaining at any point.
At all.
Dope. That's dope.
Diaz, you came up in the side talk video that when I referenced the Bing Bong at the beginning. I mean, you were just like another New Yorker on the street.
I really like. First of all, I had no voice left after screaming my head off all game. So now I'm just walking, and I just see people with a microphone, and you know, I was a little tipsy, and I grabbed the mic, and I just do what I do. I had no idea what it was for. I didn't sign any releases. I didn't get any contact information whatsoever. As I'm walking away, I'm like, I'm gonna get in so much trouble with the network and the publicist. So I was like, you know what? It's worth it. Bing bong. All right, we out here, Nick Taker.
Yo, and that was beautiful. That was delicious because, like, I'm watching the video and I'm like, oh, they go hammer out there because I'm watching from the crib with the kids and all that. And then I see my man in the mix. I was like, let's go, baby.
Yo, at last check, it was at like 5 million. It's at like 5 million views. And I have cousins in England saying, there's a guy in this video who looks just like you. And I was like, yeah, you want a surprise? Yeah.
Also, that was a nice little palate cleanser after the Yankees took the L to the Red Sox, beating the Celtics.
Oh yeah,
beating the brakes off the Celtics. You know what I mean? In the Garden was a nice little palate cleanser.
I feel like it's all like, right, the Yankees had the thumbs down guy a couple of years ago. It's like now we got the video, right? Yeah. Now we got the Bing Bong guy. We got like that's the New York cry right there.
I've watched that video at least 100 times. Every time you watch it, you see someone new or something new or something in the background. It's such a fascinating. You can teach a college course off this video and just the interpretations of it.
I love Bing. Obviously, Bing Bong guy is like the breakout star of this. But
is he? What about the other guy that's like that? What about the guy that's having the meltdown? That's like that guy. Come on.
Yeah,
he's got my vote for mayor.
I really bang with the KD. Don't you regret not coming to the Knicks? Knicks.
There's a guy in here in the chat right now on Twitch, Valencia PK, who at first said that you guys are some of the most likable Yankees fans, and now he's saying Knicks fans are insufferable. So I don't know if they go hand in hand or what that is.
And you know what? I will take this. I like being a Yankee fan. You're like, being a jerk Knicks fan. I wear it as a badge of honor. Because for years now, I've talked about I'm always like, oh, the Knicks are going to the finals. Everyone's like, no, they're not. And now that we have a chance, maybe a 1% chance. Ooh, don't get me started. Don't get me started. I'm calling HR. I'm already taking time off from work. I'm getting my nephew ready for the parade. I'm taking out loans for when we burn down New York after we win Game 7. It's gonna be so much fun. Let's go.
I'm telling you. And the beautiful thing about being a Yankees fan is that like now, okay, so now we're in the era of like Yankees not being it. You know what I'm saying? But the Yankees were 27 rings, bro. That applies to all New York sports teams. So you can have that attitude, that swagger, even though the Knicks haven't won nothing in 28 decades, you can still apply the Yankees attitude to your Knicks fandom. You know what I'm saying? And be an insufferable jerk about it.
All right, you didn't have to tell the exact amount of time since the Knicks won something. That hurts to hear. All right.
Well, look, Xavier was saying before. Xavier was talking about who you guys want to interview. I'm sure you want to interview people from the sports space. Have you interviewed any baseball players before? What's been your baseball past like?
Oh, you know what?
Man. Bill Simmons doesn't count. Bill Simmons doesn't count.
No, we interviewed CC Sabathia, and like now we're actual friends with CC. And we text him, and he hangs out at Miro's house and stuff. But Nick Swisher, I interviewed him. Who else have we interviewed?
He's crazy.
Yeah, we did Swisher, Tex.
Tex Teixeira, yeah.
Yeah.
Who else? I'm trying to think.
Who do you want to interview?
And we had Juan Soto on the show. And it was great because it was like we had this whole bit lined up where in the before times when we had an audience, like we had him in the audience and Jesus teed up this joker. So like, bro, if you over like 6'2" and you're Dominican, like you look like a baseball player. And he was like, yo, my man right here looks like a baseball player. And it was actually Juan Soto. Nobody knew. And then he got up and everybody was like, oh, dude, that's Juan Soto.
Good times.
And now we play Warzone.
Who would we like to interview? What baseball player?
I feel like A-Rod. The A-Rod, definitely A-Rod. Talk a little bit about, a lot about baseball, a little bit about J-Lo, you know what I'm saying? Obviously, Derek Jeter, the GOAT, you know what I'm saying? The captain.
The GOAT.
Yeah.
Dom Mattingly,
David Ortiz.
You know what I'm saying?
David Ortiz, because Miro could talk to him about being Dominican, and I could talk about how he ruined many games when I was younger by just hitting the ball out the park, and I did not like that. I'm like, no.
Bottom of the fifth highlights right here. Michael Brantley going Oppo. Not quite. That.
Hey.
Wow. You thought.
Eddie Rosario back there.
Bregman. Oh, froze Bregman. Oof.
Jordan Alvarez.
A lot of shallow. What's going on with the ball? Is it not carrying? Is it because of the dome? What's going on? A lot of
humidity, bro.
Hey, Miro, I want to ask you this. You being Dominican, I had the opportunity to play down there a couple of years, and they say that baseball is in the blood, right? It's in the sangre. Is that how they say it?
Yeah, papi.
But can you talk a little bit about why baseball and the Dominican culture just go hand in hand? Like, why is it?
Fam, it's wild because it's like you wouldn't think that either, because it's like baseball is a sport where you kind of need stuff, right? You need a bat, you need a ball, you need a glove, and like if you're in DR and like slumming it, you know what I'm saying? It's hard to come by that type of stuff. So Dominicans are very resourceful, fam. Like I know you've been out there. Yeah. I know you've seen the milk carton gloves, the vitilla, bro. And that's the thing too. Like that's why this Dominican players are so elite, because it's like, bro, you grow up doing BP with a bottle cap that's breaking all wild all over the place, and you're hitting it with a broomstick. So when you get to the majors, it's like hitting a beach ball with a tennis racket. Like, but as far as like culturally, man, like I can't even call it, bro. It's just like religion over there, bro. It's wild. Like growing up, as soon as I hit my growth spurt, like I was always a baseball fan, and like I love to play, but I love to play basketball too because my uncle played in college, so he would take me out to the park or whatever and play. So that was like what I played the most. But baseball, my uncles used to grab me all the time. Look at your hands. Oh my God, look at your hands. You gotta be pitcher, papi. You gotta be pitcher. You gotta be. Look at that. Oh my God. And you 6 foot tall. You go. Oh my God, like this. Wah! You know, you throw 100 miles. You know what I'm saying? It's a beautiful thing. You know, and they drink, and just telling me, if you ask my uncle, I could have won a Cy Young award.
So what happened?
That's one thing too I appreciate is the passion for the game, because when I played down there, I understood that, you know, for some people it's life or death, right? It's like, hey, we're trying to get off the island. We're trying to use what we can to feed our families if we get an opportunity to play at the next level. And I look at, you know, guys would get to the field 11 o'clock, just taking ground balls for days, like all over, and just trying to perfect their hands, trying to perfect the little skills. And now I look at it and I see, and I remember when I first got drafted, I'm like, okay, now I see why the Dominicans and some of the Latin players were already a step ahead of me, and they're 3 years younger than me because they're going all day 24/7. So I appreciate the passion, and that's one thing that I've always loved about that culture.
Who'd you play for when you played out there in Lidom?
I was out there with the San Francisco de Macorís, the Gigantes.
Hey! Oh, shout out to the Gigantes. You know what I'm saying? It's Águilas on this side. Águilas on this side. You know what I'm saying? Águilas and Suba over here all day. You know what I'm saying?
Fly with the birds.
Nah, get Licey out of here. You know what I'm saying? Águilas all day.
My culture, being Jamaican, we didn't have time to play baseball because I had my first job when I was 4. So, you know, it was very interesting to see people have pastimes. Okay, I was a carpenter.
And with that,
he carved me my first bat.
And with that, we appreciate
you
two guys coming through.
One
more, Xavier. Yeah.
Hey, okay. I know quick about his dope book, the God Level Knowledge, Life Lessons from the Bronx. Man,
yes,
what inspired you to write that? What inspired you to write that, and what was the process like?
Oh man, shout out to us. You know, #1 New York Times best-selling book. We had done the podcast, we had the TV show, and people were just like, yo, we want to have a book from you guys. And we got the Google document open. A lot of late nights were in there. The editor is like erasing stuff as soon as you type it. So you just retype it in all caps, like leave this in here. And of how somehow we got a book published. I was going through it the other day. It's actually pretty good. It is a pretty well-read book. And hopefully, if we did it correctly, we are going to have kids in the future hating us because it's going to have to be a requirement for your first level of English in colleges. And they're going to have
to be the new Animal Farm.
And they're going to be like, I hate Jesus and Merrill. Why'd they write it? It's going to be Jesus, Merrill, and Shakespeare and Jane Eyre. Boom, right there.
Let's go.
And
also, we trying to get in. We trying to get in everywhere. We trying to get in everywhere, Xavier. We trying to do books, movies. We gonna get. We in video games, dog.
That's right. We're remaking Hamilton, but it's going to be about being a Yankee fan in 2004. It's a tragedy.
That's right. It's a dark comedy.
It's not a comedy. It's just dark. Y'all sad.
Y'all wild.
We'll see you guys in 2022 for the Yankees World Series when we're doing this a year from now.
Yes,
all right.
That's right. Put it out there.
That's right, Jeff. That's what I'm talking about. Let's go.
I'm sending you guys out on this Jacoby Ellsbury bobblehead I have right here.
Get him out of here. Wow.
Yo, that bobblehead is less fragile than actual Jacoby Ellsbury.
Wow.
Jesus and Merrill, thank you so much for stopping by.
Thank you, everybody.
Peace and
love. Sarah, I'll leave this. It was a great Juan Soto story they told there.
Yeah, no, I love that. That was really fun. I can just see him. I'm going to have to go look that up because I haven't seen that before. But I can only imagine what his reaction was. And that seems like a perfect interview. They seem like perfect guys to get some extra personality out of him, you know, just really seeing that comfort level and everything else.
Xavier, about 5 years ago, a friend of mine was moving out of his apartment. And he was like, I don't want this Jacoby Ellsbury bobblehead. Do you want it? And that just made it worthwhile. I'm glad that I kept it. We're going to bring in our next guest right now. we're going to bring in from the New York Mets, Edwin Diaz, and part of the culture of Major League Baseball, El Guru, who's rocking that Astros hat out there.
Let's go.
I mean, we got to ask right away, the Astros fandom, is it a fandom or just during the World Series right now?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm fan of Puerto Rico, man. I'm wearing this now because they playing in the Astros park, but you know, I'm go Puerto Rico, Correa, I go Rosario, Maldonado, you know. I was the other day in the Fenway Park, and I had this hat, and then I had the jersey, the Red Sox jersey. So everybody was going crazy. Yo, boy, decide, man. What you gotta do? I'm Puerto Rico, man. Go Puerto Rico.
That's
All right,
what's
Puerto
up.
Rico.
Yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah.
Puerto Rico above all there. Edwin, though, I know you're New York Mets above all, being on the Mets.
Yeah.
We're watching, Edwin, we're watching a Braves team. I'm sure, you know, you faced this lineup a ton this year. What have you noticed about their lineup in this game?
You know, they're doing great. They're playing really good in the postseason. You know, they start kind of slow early in the season, but the second half, they play great baseball. And, you know, they work pay off. They're in the World Series right now.
100%.
Yeah.
I mean, I look at, you know, what they've been able to do, and it's usually at this time the team that's playing the best baseball gets themselves to this point. You know, and I look at, you know, what the Astros have done offensively, defensively, base running, everything that they've done to get to this point, and how they finished up against that in that Boston Red Sox series. Like, these are the two best teams right now. So it's special time, man. El Guru, I got to ask you, man, you said you wanted to be an MLB player when you grew up. When did you realize that you weren't going to make it in pro baseball? And then how did you adapt to the music side?
I was gonna make it if I stayed. I just quit because, you know, I came from the projects. It's a long story. I don't gonna say the whole story here, but it's a story. You know, I came from the projects. You know, I have to hustle and all that, whatever. But I was gonna make it. You know, I know I was gonna make it if I stayed. But I just started in the music because my brother started rapping, and then I needed to say something. I didn't even know how to write music, and then I started writing music, and that's when I understood that I wasn't gonna make it in the music. But that's why I started Rapeton, and I started like looking for new artists, the new guys, and everybody knows. Some people don't say it, but everybody knows most of the big artists right now starting in my platform on Rapeton. You know, the Bad Bunnies, the Osunas, the all those guys. You know what I mean? So. I'm proud of that.
Yeah, Rapeton is really big in Puerto Rico.
Yeah. And Sugar Diaz, he follow the music thing. I'm waiting for him to drop an album because I know he looks like a reggaeton artist.
I'm not a singer, but I like them. I like listening to music. You know, I know a lot of guys from Puerto Rico. They rappers, and you know, we got a good relation in Puerto Rico. A sport guy a guy who plays sports. A guy who like music, so, and the guy who rap and sing music, they like sports, so we are kind of together. We spend time together here in the country.
Yeah, Rick Ross said like ballers want to be players want to be rappers want to be ballers, and ballers want to be rappers.
That's true.
You know what I mean? That's
true.
what it is. It's just in the blood. But yo, Edwin, sometimes the people like tell you like that you look like Eddie Rosario. Like when you're in the
people say I look like Pucho or Ñengo Flow.
Pucho is a rapper. Pucho is a rapper in Ñengo Flow.
Yeah, from Puerto Rico. So people say I'm looking like him every time, and
it's true.
sometimes Ñengo Flow
It's
is another rapper.
Pucho and Ñengo Flow.
Yeah. So people saying that here in Puerto Rico every time.
Edwin, how did you get the nickname Sugar? How did you get that name?
I get that nickname from a movie called Sugar. That's a player from DR. I came through the minors.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that movie.
Yeah. So I was playing like travel team 2010 before being a professional player. Correa was in that team with me. We played together until we signed a pro baseball player. And the manager ask every player, ask all the players to go to see a movie with him, and that was the movie Sugar. And everybody started saying, "Hey, you look like him. You look like him." And after that, everybody called me Sugar.
Yeah, I learned that today.
No, Edwin, you bring
Edwin,
up
I gotta
playing
ask
travel
you.
baseball. Oh, go on, Sarah.
Oh, I just want to ask you, we're talking about music. I mean, we have to talk about the trumpets. I feel like Mets fans rallied around your entrance music more than maybe anything this entire season. I know you switched to using that last year, right? But there were no fans in the stands. And I know you're locked in when you're walking in the ninth inning, but how much fun is it to hear that song as you're going in?
You know, I'm using that song sign. I was in Seattle. So I came to New York in 2019. I changed my walkout song. So last year in the pandemic, I started using the trumpets again. And this year, when the first game I came out from the bullpen and I see everybody going crazy with the trumpets. I said I gotta stick with this walkout song. So I stick with her, and now everybody in New York liking it. So you know, I'm doing that for the fans. So if they like, I like it. You know, I come in, lock into the game. You know, I don't like to listen to noise or everything. I just coming to the mound to do my job. But the people is going crazy every time when the trumpet starting the night.
Yeah.
It's you got to ignite those fans at Citi Field. But Edwin, you were talking a little bit about playing with Correa growing up, and you talked about travel. And I know you guys played on Team Puerto Rico in the 2017 World Baseball Classic. What have you seen about this guy? Just watching him from when he was a kid to playing in his third World Series right now. I mean, what'd you see in young Carlos Correa?
You know, I think he's the same guy. You know, he's a leader. When we play before San, he was a leader in our team, and now he's a leader right there. And the thing he's doing in the postseason, you know, he got great numbers. In his career in the postseason, and he's doing really good this year. And I'm happy for him. You know, we was 15 years old, I think 16, the same team.
Wow.
You know, what he's doing right now, he was doing that in that moment too. You know, he's a leader, and he knows the game, and you know he do everything in the line. So, you know, he's a special player.
Did he play shortstop on those teams, or was there another kid that played shortstop?
No, he was playing shortstop in that team. He pitched too. He was throwing hard. I remember in 2010, I think 2010 or 2009, we went to a travel tournament, and I was throwing like 85, 86, and he was throwing like 90. He said, "Yo, you can pitch too." He said, "No, I wanna play shortstop. I wanna be the best shortstop in the game." And now I think he was the best shortstop in the game.
Ohtani is doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Carlos is really good at shortstop, so.
Hey, El Guru, talk to us a little bit about the new show in Curva. What is your favorite thing about the show in Curva?
Yeah, in Curva.
What is your favorite thing about the new show?
My favorite thing first is mixing two things that I love. That is baseball and music, and not just baseball and music. Is doing it in the Major League Baseball platform. That's the crazy thing, because I wanted to be a baseball player, and I'm not a baseball player, but I'm here in MLB, you know, doing this stuff and mixing, because I used to play outfield. So when I was in the center field and nobody didn't bat, so I was in my head singing, you know, all the Daddy Yankee, Tego Calderon songs, you know. So it was every time we come to the game, he was talking about music. When we were in the dugout, we only talk about music, you know. Then it was the game and we played. But now I'm mixing both things. It's crazy, man. And I know Sugar's gonna be there one time, but he have to teach me to see if I can.
You can hit that fastball.
If you give me at least 2 months to do BP and practice.
To get ready.
You know what I mean?
No, I throw you a cookie right in the middle. So We are friends,
Yeah,
so
yeah,
I treat you good.
yeah.
Got to hit the cage. Let's take a look at the highlights from the top of the sixth in this game going on right now. Jock Peterson, fly ball to right. 5-1 in this game in the top of the sixth here. Jake Odorizzi continuing to settle in for the Astros. Little base hit by Dansby Swanson there. Soler, frozen. 75 on that curveball. And then Freddie Freeman jammed a little bit.
Ooh. Oh.
It was like a great play.
Yeah.
Freeman beating that out.
Freeman
Great.
legging it down there.
And that play, Bregman probably saves at least a run on that line shot the other way. So the score still 5-1. We're into the bottom of the sixth here.
You know, I'm
in
going
Houston.
tomorrow to the game. I'm going tomorrow to the Astro game. I was in the Fenway, and I heard like how everybody screamed for Kike. So I was happy because he's Puerto Rican. But then when it was Carlos Correa, it was a boo crazy. So I was like, yo man, slow down. So now I want to go to the Astros and see how people cheer for Correa. It's gonna be a different vibe now
Different
for
mood.
Correa. Yeah, it's gonna be
I
at least for
heard
Correa.
that stadium is one of the loudest stadiums in all of Major League Baseball when they pack it out, especially for the World
Fenway?
Series. So no,
mean the
in
Astros?
Houston.
Okay. Because the Fenway, I could hear the boo, like when the music is too loud, I can hear the boo in my ears, like boo, like it was crazy. Everybody.
Well, listen, Eddie Rosario is going to come up. They're going to boo him in Houston.
Yeah, so I'm
tomorrow.
gonna have, but tomorrow I'm gonna go with a Atlanta Brave hat with a Astros jacket. So now everybody in Astros gonna hate me too.
I mean, Edwin, is this all right? This is a two MLB team outfit.
I for him it's good. He's supporting a Puerto Rican guy. So, we got Rosario in Atlanta and we got Martin and Correa in Houston. So, he's doing good. He's supporting our guy. So, that's really good. That's fun. That I like.
You got all the hats. Look, you got all the hats behind you.
That's right. That's a good point. It's objective journalism is what I'm going for here.
Okay,
I had a couple people texting me. They're like, you got to have one or the other. You got to pick a team. I was like,
yeah, that's what people was telling me in Fenway
like
Park.
you said, MLB. We're with MLB. We got El Guru. You said it.
I love the game, man.
Hey, Edwin, I got to ask you this. I see Luke Jackson coming into the game now. He had some struggles over the last couple of games, especially as a closer. I know it can be tough to, you got to flush it, right? You got to get back to the next game.
Yeah, right away.
But how important is it for him to, his manager to still have the confidence in him, and even if 5-1 game, hey, we still believe in you. You got to get out there and still continue to do your thing. How important is that?
If your manager believes in you and he support you every time, we will have good game, we will have bad game. When we have bad game, we gotta flush it right away. So if he have a bad game like a couple days ago, he gotta flush that and be ready for the next time because the manager will give him the ball in any situation. He can come in tie game, winning by 1 run, losing by 1 run. That's a close game. So if the manager give him he trusts in him and give him the ball, you feel good, you feel pumped. They did it. So I wanna do good. I wanna be the best in the month. So every time when the manager trusts in their guy, all the line all the players turn up and got that little bit of emotion. And I know I gotta do good because they trust in me.
That's good.
Let's go.
Look, we just had Diaz Zamero on before you guys, and El Guru, one thing Xavier asked him about, Diaz about Dominican culture and what baseball meant growing up in Puerto Rican culture. I mean, what does baseball mean, not just for little kids, but whole families in Puerto Rican culture?
Man, I love This Is America, man. They funny. Um, um, in Puerto Rico, when I was in Little League, that's when all the family comes. They even come with the we call it pandereta. They come with with all the instruments just to make noise when somebody, they got songs. They got songs that they made up. I don't know. Don't ask me about the history about the songs
For Little
they
League.
sing. Yeah, for literally, they have different songs. When somebody steal the bass, they sing the en la bemba se la rojo, en la bemba. That's when they steal the bass in your face. And they have like a lot of different songs, and I think it bring everybody together, and the parents like really get it from their heart. But it's true about the Dominican Republic. I went there to play too when I was 18, and I thought I was working hard. I thought I was practicing hard until I went to Dominican Republic, and I said like, yeah, they made so. I mean, that was like a couple of years ago. They made like with the tape. That's how they made the ball. And then sometimes when we used to like bat the ball like away, sometimes you just leave it there and don't. No, they stopped the game to get that ball because it's not that much ball. So we need to get that ball. So when I see all the stuff, I was like, damn, I thought I was like, I'm privileged living in Puerto Rico, and they have all these schools too, like MLB schools over there, and I don't know, man, baseball is life, man, and but then you got the this music too now, so now the kids have different options. It's like, oh, I wanted to be a baseball player, but no, man, I can rap too, so I can be like Bad Bunny, I can be like Daddy Yankee too, not only like Roberto Alomar or Sugar Diaz, or you know what I mean. So and that's why I love what I'm doing with Curva, because I'm mixing those both things that I got in my heart.
Yeah. Speaking of Puerto Rico too, Edwin, what was it like to play with fellow Team Puerto Rican stars Lindor and Baez on the same team this year with the Mets?
It was a special. I start with Lindor in the season, and the trade deadline we got by, and for me, I feel like I was like part in the WBC. We played together in the WBC with Team Rubio, and we was there having fun. It's a special. Play with those guys. They are great players. They are a leader, and they like to win. They come from team like they win. They go to the World Series, and they bring a good culture because everybody want to win. And I think if you bring winning players, like players who want to win, the team get better every time. So I think with those guys over there, I know Javi's a free agent right now. I hope he stay with us. But we still have Lindor, and it's a leader, and I know we will win soon with him in the Mets.
Right. If the season went like a month longer, you guys would have been right there, Edwin, right? It felt like it was coming together at the end.
Yeah, we was first play all season. We got a couple of injuries. Winning, they think they win 10 or 11 games in a row, and in that stretch we lose couple games. So they get close to us. They keep playing good. We was playing okay, and they take the lead, and they keep pushing together, and they win the division. But we was really close. I think next year will be better for us. I think we will have almost the same team, and I think they gotta count with us in the division.
Well, they're playing right now. We'll go to the bottom of the sixth highlights as we take a look. The Braves and the Astros. Correa, did he go? Did he go?
Nah.
Was close. Was close enough.
Almost.
That's about as close as it can get.
Yeah.
A little
Kyle
bit more
Tucker
in the
up the
woods.
middle. And look at that. The whole shift on. I mean, You can only laugh at that. And Shaz McCormick goes down. That's Luke Jackson in the game. We talked about him a little bit at the beginning, Sarah, about
He's nasty.
Would he be able?
I like him a lot. He's nasty.
Yeah, he's got good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he got a great stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question. Yeah, I think the question for them is what this bullpen can do. Not just this game. Obviously, with Morton leaving with the injury, a whole broken leg, as we mentioned before. But, now moving forward, they're going to have to find a way to get some more innings in the rest of the series, with the fact that he won't be able to make another start. So I also want to shout out AJ Minter, went 2 2/3 innings. That's the second longest outing of his career. I mean, he's a reliever. He's not used to going out there. And they absolutely needed that to maintain control of this game. I mean, when Charlie Morton comes out, that's when it can completely get away from you. And it didn't. And it's because he was nails there. So that was really cool to see.
Can I ask?
I think
Edwin,
the bullpen is pitching great. Yeah.
Yeah, how much do you think Carlos Correa gonna get?
Ooh, that's a good question.
How much can they fit in a Brinks truck?
Healthy all season. I think the main thing is staying healthy, and he stayed healthy this year. Made the All-Star, and he played great. He bring the Astros to the World Series, so he will get a lot of money. I don't know how much, but he will get a lot of money.
How much you think?
That's.
I don't know. I think depends how many years the team wanna give him. I think that's the main thing. That if he get 10 years, he might get 300 million.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking. A little bit. He deserves.
Listen,
he deserves. He's doing great. So the main thing, like I say, he stay healthy. Right now, Father got a base right now. I'm watching the game here at home. Double.
Let's put it this way, Edwin. He can pay for dinner if next time you guys go out, Team Puerto Rico, whatever Correa's making in the offseason, he can pick up the tab. Listen, we really appreciate both of you coming through for this last inning. Edwin Diaz, El Guru, thank you so much. Gracias. We will
appreciate y'all.
We'll see you guys
next
week.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Arrivederci.
That was a little Xavier. That was a little Italian thrown out there at the end.
It was? Was that you or Guru?
Arrivederci. No, Arrivederci.
That was good.
I feel like we've gone pretty international. We had the Dominican talk, the Puerto Rico talk. Of course, you played in Korea once upon a time. We could go down that route as well.
We can always go Korean, that's for sure. A couple of years down there, so it was fun.
But before we bring in the next guest, Sarah, I do want to talk about Luke Jackson that we kind of brought up there for a second, bringing in for the Braves. We had talked about him. Would he have his stuff coming in? And he looked pretty good to start in there for Atlanta.
He did. Again, that's going to be key for them. And I just continue to wonder whether, Edwin Diaz was just saying how their bullpen has been really nasty. But you just run into the question of I think we've seen a lot of bullpens in just kind of postseason recent memory have a great maybe first 2 rounds and sort of run out of gas by that World Series time if they do get there. And, I just wonder if they're going to be able to sustain this. But thus far, they're showing that they will be able to. So I love to see that. I just hope it continues.
And now we bring in, I believe, our final guest of the night. I'm so happy to have this guy with us from Secret Base and SB Nation community and the host of the Fumble Dimension, where he is always doing what he can to break video games, basically. Kofi Yabo is in the house at Chill Kofi on Twitch. And I feel like we just get to see this dome out here in streams, Kofi. Now we get to see it on the MLB Twitch channel out here.
I can't believe I'm the closer in this lineup. Like, you just had the closer as your guest, but now I'm the actual closer. I feel like I'm about to blow a save, man. Had a great pitching outing up until now, and then Thanks for having me, Jeff.
No, we're working as a team. Everyone this together, baby.
We had
It's
half the
dope
Mets
to have you
bullpen.
on
We had
here.
Trevor
I'm
May
a Mets
earlier
fan,
tonight.
so, yeah.
Well, that's what I was going to start with, that just for people who maybe don't know your baseball fandom as well. You know, you can watch Kofi play video games at Chill Kofi on Twitch, but also, I mean, we've talked about this. You're all over the block. You're a Cincinnati Bengals fan, a Detroit Pistons fan, a Carolina Hurricanes fan, and then a Mets fan. And you get to live in New York now, at least, so you get to have a little bit of that connection. Where did the Mets fandom come in?
So growing up in North Carolina, Raleigh, at a time where like we didn't have cable, so a lot of the games we would get were MLB on Fox. So a lot of the games we would get a lot of Yankees games, and we would get a lot of Braves games. And I would get tired of like seeing both teams play, so I just picked the Mets instead. 'Cause I just wanted to be a contrarian, and you know, having no idea. Also, the color scheme. I love blue and orange, which is incredible. And now, a whole decade and a half later, we're here. You know, I made it to Citi Field a couple of times this year, so it was really fun.
Did Edwin Diaz get a save?
I do not remember. So the first time I went was, I think we won it was like the Mets won and there was no like save opportunity. It was the same time that the Hawks were playing. I went with a couple of friends that were like Georgia football, like they're like from Georgia. I think it was Hawks Braves actually. And yeah, we were watching the baseball game, and then we were also watching the Hawks game on like a phone because it was like the playoffs and whatever. So it was a fun time. I love the food at that ballpark. I will tell you there. Yeah. I love it. Incredible.
People
the
say it's
helmet,
the best.
Oof. It is. It is. It's up there.
Because there's like so many different options too.
Yeah, I spent 2 innings looking for a funnel cake, and apparently that's off the menu. But I was determined, so I had to settle for fried Nutella balls, which not a bad second place. But when you're looking for funnel cake, you're looking for funnel cake.
Yeah.
I feel like you need a lowly World Series for the funnel cake. That's like my memory of Williamsport. If you ever get a chance to go, you absolutely have to. But like just funnel cakes everywhere.
I need to go actually. I remember because again, not having cable, one of the big sports events was the Little League World Series. It would show up on ABC, and then it'd be like kids my age doing what I couldn't. So it was actually like really cool seeing like these kids hitting like 90-mile-per-hour equivalent baseballs, and I was playing baseball at that time, being like, okay, well, I think I'm behind the curve, so I'm just gonna sit and watch.
Yeah. I got a chance to call Little League games at Williamsport this year, and that was like the most fun event I've ever been a part of, seeing 11 and 12-year-olds go out there and do their thing. They look like, some of them already look like they're on the path to Major League stardom. And now we had Joe Adell on here, and he was a part of the Major League or the Little League Classic game this year. I totally forgot to ask him how his experience was, but the Little League World Series, that's amazing, man. I love that.
I think it's one of the few, it's like everybody is there just to like have a good time, and it's like a worldwide event. It's every year. It's not like every 4 years like the Olympics. It's like every year the best little kid baseball players from all over the country play. They have fun, love the mascot. Like you have all these cool stories about like kids and their parents and all of it. It's just a great time.
Well, Kofi brought up Trae Young before. And if you follow him on Twitter, he's been the leader of the Trae Young hive for a while. And CW Cough in the chat says, "Who's the Trae Young of this series, the World Series out here, Kofi?"
I'm gonna go with Albies. I have no idea. Do I have any evidence behind that? No. But my thing is that I gravitate towards, in basketball, I gravitate towards quick players that can shoot threes. In baseball, I gravitate towards switch hitters. I think that like switch hitting is one of the most fascinating things in the sport, because hitting a baseball is, I think, the hardest thing to do in any sport really. And then the fact that you can do it from both sides of the plate. I remember when I was in 7th grade, I tried out for like a kid pitch baseball league. I tried switch hitting in tryouts. I had never tried like switch hitting in tryouts. I am like kind of ambidextrous. Like I shoot basketball left-handed, but I throw right-handed. So I was like, okay, let me try this. And I didn't do well on either side of the plate, and I missed the tryout for the entire league. And we're in like North Carolina, and that was a time where I was like, oh, like I was like not that good at hitting, but like every other part of like baseball, like I was fine with. Like I was a very fast runner. I like could field in the outfield a little bit, but hitting after
just the most crucial part of the game.
Just the most important part. Like it was bad enough to where you couldn't like put me at 8 or 9. Like even that was pretty bad. Like the thing is that I was afraid, like in the batting cages, you know, you had there's a place in North Carolina called Grand Slam USA, where you had batting cages and they would be separated by pitch speed. So you had 35 mile per hour, you had 55 mile per hour. Until 55 mile per hour, I was okay. The next one is 75 mile per hour. And for that jump, I couldn't do it.
That's
I was
too
just
big of a jump right there.
And then you're also at the age where kids start learning about like curveballs, changeups, all the other pitches in the arsenal. Whereas like when you're a little kid, you might be like fastball, curveball, change like. Now these pitchers are like getting deep into their bag, and I am not. So, you know. But baseball's my first sport.
Can you break down, you know, something that you're a little bit better at? Can you talk about Fumble Nation and how it got started, and you know what came behind that?
Oh, Fumble Dimension is a show that we do on our Secret Base channel. It's me and John Boys, who is my boss and co-writer of the show. So it's basically like Twilight Zone for video games. Me and John are very inspired by the Twilight Zone and like fantasy football style stuff and simulation style stuff. So we like to treat video games as like science experiments. So we did a series where for baseball we did Out of the Park Baseball, I think 21. And we had our fans kind of do these random inputs, because you can do random inputs and have random numbers. So basically, after the end of the season, we used the 2001 Seattle Mariners, and we hit 3,000 batters. For like over the course of the series, we hit 3,000 batters. We actually, I think, won 3 games. So that was really cool. I didn't think we were gonna win any games, and by this time, I was like at my parents' house, like hovering, like hunkering down, being like, I don't know, we kept losing. But, you know, stuff like that where it's like funny to see we're testing and stretching the limits of like
the outcome,
what we can do. Yeah. And we didn't get fired after winning only 3 games. So that was really funny.
That's pretty cool.
Just a little, I was going to bring up from a Mets angle, Kofi, that Travis d'Arnaud is at the plate. It turns out his brother, Chase d'Arnaud, is in the YouTube chat right now. So we're experiencing this Travis d'Arnaud at bat with Chase. So shout out to Chase out there. I was joking.
To Chase, man. He just texted me actually. I just realized that. He said he's in the YouTube. Let's go. Chase, your brother out there on the biggest stage of his life right now. That's so awesome. That's got to be awesome feeling to see your brother out there playing in the World Series. That's got to be nuts.
That's so cool.
That's awesome.
And Chase, we don't want this. We don't. Okay, good.
We are watching. I do have it on the screen, so
Well, I don't know. I don't know if I jumped that if you're watching on a little bit of a delay, but Travis grounded into a fielder's choice. Sarah, I was joking with a friend that if the Red Sox made the World Series, there was a good chance we were going to have Kevin Plawecki and Travis d'Arnaud as the starting catchers in game 1 of the World Series. That would just be a little like insult to injury for Mets fans.
The former Met greats just across the board. But yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, the Travis d'Arnaud career trajectory is awesome. I mean, everything he's done in these last 2 years, especially last 3, I guess. Yeah, going back to 19. I forget what year it is sometimes. It's just been great to see. I mean, I think that everyone who saw him with the Mets sort of thought that if he got some more consistent playing time and, you know, was able to stay healthy, that he could really be a great hitter. And he showed that when, you know, he spent, 1 day with the Dodgers, and then he was on the Rays, and he was great for them. And then, you know, we saw more of that last year, and then here he is. So, Really, really great to see. Unfortunately, called out on review on that play, but still a great career trajectory for sure.
Well, Xavier, what's your connection to Chase? That you guys are obviously on a texting basis. Did you ever play together?
Me and Chase against each other, kind of like travel ball before college, and then we played against each other in college. I went to UNLV Las Vegas, and he went to Pepperdine. So we played against each other, and then played against each other in the minor leagues as well. So I don't think we played against each other in the big leagues because he got there before me. But yeah, it was cool getting to play against him. And then we both had ex-girlfriends that were friends at the time too. Like back when we were in college, I think it was. So we go way back. Crazy.
Well, now here we are. You're watching his brother. You're on our channel. He's in the chat watching this all together. Kofi, let's talk a little bit about baseball video games, because you brought up a little bit before. We had a conversation with Chiz Plays earlier about was Pablo Sanchez or John Dowd the best ever player in baseball video games. Do you have a take on that debate?
I'm gonna give it to Pablo. I really don't think it's close. Like, I'm sorry, I really do not think. I think it's the fact that Pablo's strike zone is so small that whenever did cross the strike zone, it's going out of the park. And also, I feel like a lot of MVP Baseball 2005 players, what they would do is instead of John Dowd, they would go in the creative player and then just make Barry Bonds from scratch.
Barry Bonds.
So, like, at that point, it's just like, also, they were a couple of cheat codes and cheat code players in MVP Baseball 2005. So if you really, really wanted to get into like better players, then you have Jaker Patterson, with the little dude with the big bat that could hit it out of the park 500, 600 feet. But I think it definitely goes to Pablo. That's
Our Chase Darno update is that he says that Travis takes a lot of pride in his performance as a catcher. His record behind the plate in the playoffs is 22-12. Obviously, part of that goes back to those Mets teams that made the World Series. And Xavier, he says that you guys were roommates at Stanford baseball camp.
Yeah, I think that was another thing too. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. Like, this game of baseball is you run across so many people, but you remember all those relationships because it's a tight-knit group. And also the people that, that are personable, that respect other people, that, have a passion for the game. Those types of guys always stick out to you, and guys, and he's a creator in the space too, in the baseball space too. So like seeing some of those guys that have transitioned into becoming like creators for themselves. And that's something I want to ask Kofi too, is like, you're all over the internet, TikTok, IG, Twitter streams, everything. Like, what advice would you give to aspiring creators like yourself?
I think that you touched on it, is that you can't just invest into one platform anymore. When I was back in college, this is class of 2017. So back in like 2013, 2014, I was like focusing a lot on Twitter, like building a Twitter brand, whatever. But I was like neglecting Vine. I was neglecting Instagram. I was neglecting all the other platforms that like where I could do, but I just didn't have either the strength or the confidence to do. And then as soon as I got into working at SB Nation back when I first started there back in 2017, it was just like, okay, let's be experimental. Like, let's see if this doesn't work. If Instagram doesn't work, fine. If Vine doesn't work, fine. When I first started creating, I was so afraid of like trying and like putting myself out there. So instead of I remember when the YouTube dislike bar was red, I was so like terrified of like making a YouTube video and then seeing mostly red. But now, like, the more that I've gotten into the social media thing, I'm like, dude, it's not going to work if you don't try it at all. So that's basically my big thing, is like, you never know what's like going to be liked and disliked until you like put yourself out there. And even if something doesn't work, you can just like go back to the drawing board or just like scrap it entirely. Like, there have been many projects that I've done that just haven't like taken off, or like I don't have the capacity to do, or that's just not my strong suit. But instead of like letting it get me down, you just keep it pushing. So
that's good stuff, man.
Prince Siska in the chat says Kofi times Sarah Lang's crossover for the ages. We also have High Reception says Angela Del Vecchio, Hive, rise up.
Great pitcher.
I like that. Yeah.
Great pitcher. Underrated pitcher, I think.
We've been trying to get Sarah to run the numbers of backyard baseball statistics, but she just hasn't done it yet. We're trying to get the analytics.
Oh my gosh. You know, I had a friend in college, one of my best friends, JT. I got him, this was like before backyard baseball became cool again. And he had a PC, and I found an old CD-ROM of backyard baseball and got it for him. And again, this is not when people were like tweeting about it, streaming it, none of that. But he kept talking about backyard baseball, so I found it and I got it for him. And he would text me updates. He would text me stats about his team. Like, I think it was his birthday's in February, and then I want to say that spring break in March. I was just getting all of these texts about his team. So, you know, I guess I have kept some backyard baseball stats before, but not in a while now.
And it's interesting, it's like that game, the game's influence in terms of like being a kid and sitting and like, because you have to pick a team. You have to pick your own team. Yeah. And there is a big influence in those kids that would play backyard baseball as kids. And then like when you got to NBA Live and like NBA 2K, Madden, MLB The Show, you are now drawn to like the whole fantasy draft aspect. And that is where like if you have a sports game that may seem stale or whatnot, then you can just go into fantasy draft, pick a whole new team. You have endless possibilities. And that kind of like influence there, I think really goes unnoticed. And it's unfortunate is that I think the last backyard baseball game, which I still have, is like on GameCube. And, you know, the company doesn't exist anymore. So I don't think we're getting backyard baseball ever again. But the thing is that like, it's made such a profound effect on like, and has made such a really good impact for sports video games fans, especially like in an era where like we had to make sure no one was on the phone to use internet, and like that kind of era where it's like you had the CD-ROM, so it was offline fun. So
yeah, not to sound like
think
a grandpa.
about it, it's like go ahead, Jeff.
No, go on, Xavier. You go.
No, I was just gonna say it was like a kid's fantasy team. Basically, you put your own team together before it was like, you know, before it was big for kids. And I think that's exactly what you're saying, is like it kind of evolved into something much more special. And now you look at MLB The Show and being able to create your own dynasty, be able to create your own you know, your path to the show. So I think that's exactly right on, and it's what people are attracted to.
Oh, and I need to say this. Since Jeff's the homie, I have to disclose that the next Fumble Dimension is going to involve MLB The Show in some capacity.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm not going to say the title, but
I think I'm like, I don't want to get anyone in trouble. You know, like, you know, Kofi was talking about John Boyes before, Xavier being his boss, and that's what like got me into. He had a series called Breaking Madden at one point, where he would just do things like, I remember he made an entire team of RG3s, like offensive linemen, wide receivers, like cornerbacks. Everyone was just RG3. And it was like, you know, it was just like he would get, I think it was RG3, and he would just get sacked every play. And it was like, so I'm interested to see where Kofi's going to take this, because there's a lot of different things you could do. A pitcher, everyone's a pitcher, everyone's a hitter. Mm-hmm. Or he's just going to take things from, you know, you're just going to take, what I love is sometimes you just take suggestions from everyone else and just put that together.
We haven't done that. We haven't done the suggestion thing this year. I will say that. I think we might get back into that next year, but we have to have I think we have to have a meeting discussing just like the next ideas for 2022. But I do like the ideas that we've done.
You had the golf club 2019 where you just had people create an entire course for you guys.
Incredible. That was my favorite episode to work on, and I don't think so. So I liked playing the golf course because like I was a better like player since Ben John, and I had the experience and like advantage because I made the course myself to know like what not to do and what kind of test it out. So for the thing about golf is that when John and I were like recording footage, like we started recording at like 4:30 p.m. We didn't finish the course until like 8 o'clock. And like John like wanted to go home, and I felt so bad because it's like we can't just like stop playing golf. And it was like one of the toughest golf courses you'll ever see in a video game. So it was so funny. Oh my god, loved it.
Just tired of playing.
Yeah, he was.
Our guy J-Rod out there in the chat from the 2006 St. Louis Cardinals World Series team. He's a big fan of everything going on.
Good, J-Rod.
Listen, that is a committed fan right there, Xavier. He is always here for these streams. So we appreciate that. We appreciate all you guys tuning in. I see some questions. Chiz was already here tonight. Diaz Zamero was already here, but we got Kofi Yaboa right now. The Kofi Hive is here, asking questions, trying to figure things out. We got this game right now, Atlanta against Houston. You talked early on about you being from North Carolina, which still does not have an MLB team. Growing up, was there a team that most people in Raleigh were fans of?
I don't even actually know if I have my pulse on that, because North Carolina is more of a college basketball. You know, you have your Duke, Carolina, NC State. I will say is that we do love the Durham Bulls. We do love the Durham Bulls. Like a lot of, like I feel like every kid that lived in the Triangle area either had like a birthday party or you've been to the Durham Bulls Stadium at least once. You saw the hill with like the bull on top of it. It was like a red monster 0.5 or green monster 0.5. And I also interned at the Carolina Mudcats for like maybe 4 or 5 weeks.
North Carolina, it's the minor league baseball state. That's what it is.
Yeah. And it was I think it was like a senior intern project. So I had to drive from North Carolina to Zebulon. So I drove like an hour from Raleigh in like a beat up Subaru, like every time I wanted to intern there. But I think that I feel like a lot of Carolina fans, if I had to guess, are Braves fans. I will say that. Maybe
that's what I was going for.
Proximity. I will probably guess that. But other than that, I do not know. I don't really have my parents are not really big sports fans, and like a lot of my friends were more like basketball fans, and I was like, okay, I don't know who we're rooting for or whatever, but I am rooting for the Mets. I do not care who you guys are rooting for. I will stand.
Your parents are big video game fans, right?
My parents? No. But my mom is like really good at Galaga. If she ever, that's her fun fact. She's really good at blowing up space enemies.
Xavier, what was the most wild minor league city that you went to? Like, where was the crowd just crazy?
The most wild, man, that's a really good question. I would have to say, you know, one of the cities that I played in had an amazing fan base, was Springfield, Missouri, which is like a couple hours from St. Louis. So it had a lot of the St. Louis fans, which were really into the game. But besides the States, I'd have to bring up playing in Korea. That's where that was the best, craziest fan base I ever been a part of. Just because you see people dancing in the stands like the whole game. You see people that you can bring in, like every food item that you could think of, you can bring it in. They don't stop you from bringing food. So everybody has like a buffet at the game. And everybody's like, no, in all seriousness, like it's a really stressful culture as far as like work goes. So like when people leave work and are able to go to a baseball game, they just like let loose. And it is like the most amazing thing. We were talking about, Kofi was talking about in basketball, that's what the atmosphere is like there. So it's amazing to be a part of it. And to only think that there's only 10 teams in the league, like that's what makes it even crazier. So every fan base is like a huge fan base because of how little teams there are.
I don't know. I was listening to El Guro and Edwin Diaz talking about like Little League baseball in Puerto Rico. You got people singing. You talk about Korea. I'm like, I want to be at my kid's Little League game like a Premier League soccer game, just like singing the entire time, just getting like doing some crazy stuff. I feel like we American fans have to step up like this. I'll tell you what Knicks fans do.
And I forget, I think it was near Williamsburg. I was walking near a slow pitch softball game, and when I tell you that the crowd was electric, I'm not kidding. Like there was music in the stands.
Williamsburg, Brooklyn.
Williamsburg, Brooklyn, yes. Yeah, yeah. I was walking past. I forget what we were, but we like stopped and watched an inning or two because it was so intense. Like I was like, yeah, no one comes to my softball league like this, and I won the batting title for my team. Come on. But no, they were electric. It was such a fun experience. That was a great game.
We've got a hello from Finland in the chat right now.
Wow.
I'm sorry if I just lost. It's Granite Hand says cheers from Finland. And I think we just had a shout out to the NC Dinos, Xavier.
Hey, shout out my old squad, NC Dinos. Yes, Korea. Much love, much love.
Well, I was gonna say, you were telling us about the fandom out there. Didn't you sing your song for us a little bit? Was that game 162? We've got new fans listening. If you want to sing a few bars.
No, I'm not going into the song again. Okay, Sarah, I see what you're trying to do. But look, let me tell you one thing though about the Korean culture is like, people talk about the food. The food is like a whole nother level over there. If you have not been to Korea, like you might just have to go for the food. Like obviously Korean barbecue is amazing, but like there's so many other dishes they have over there that are just so fulfilling and like, and everything I feel like is really healthy too. Like I remember thinking, okay, I'm eating way too much, and I was actually losing some weight. And I think it had to do with like a lot of their stuff isn't like so saturated and very like salty. So the food over there, man, that's one thing I could never get enough of.
Chase Darno says he loved playing in Durham, played there a lot between 2011 and 2017, one of his favorite AAA parks. So he's talking up Durham right now as we get a look at the bottom of the 7th highlights. Freddie Freeman stepping on the bag there at first. Jose Altuve swinging. We might have to talk about him in a second as Michael Brantley down the left field line. Brantley's hit the ball well tonight. And
you gotta give a shout out to go ahead, Sarah.
No, go for it.
No, I was just gonna say you got to give a shout out to Luke Jackson and how he's done, and how he did tonight. You know, coming back and being able to give them some strong outs to kind of get that confidence back going again. He's going to be an important piece throughout the rest of this postseason.
Definitely, yeah. And I was just gonna say, Brantley and Tucker were 5 for 7. Everybody else on the Astros right now 1 for 21. So that tells you kind of the story of this game. I mean, you mentioned Altuve and that we might need to talk a little bit about him. Hasn't looked great at the plate today. And again, nobody has except for Brantley and Kyle Tucker right now.
Xavier, I'm just looking. If you go back to starting with game 2 of the Red Sox series, that was a 6-game series. So this is now in the last 6 games for Altuve, just 2 hits in this stretch. And it just feels like he's maybe off balance at the plate. Do you notice anything about him right now?
I don't know if it's necessarily off balance. It just might not be timing wise, getting the front foot down and really seeing the baseball. A lot of times when you go through stretches like that, it's more about not necessarily seeing the baseball all that well, because we know this is typically a great postseason hitter. Over 900 OPS in the postseason, over 350 on base percentage. So somebody that usually swings the bat very well. We know about the 21 postseason career home runs. So just not seeing the ball sometimes can be really tough to make decisions, because then you start questioning, okay, am I going to attack the fastball or am I going to attack the off speed? And I'm not seeing it that well. So it's hard to take your walks too. That's another thing that a lot of times gets a hitter going, is when they're taking their walks, and that can be tough to really be able to have the plate discipline when you're not seeing the ball that well.
Well, he just made a great play in the field. So if there's going to be anything to kick him into maybe some confidence, it's a play like that, especially after that Ozzie Albies ground out, the Trae Young of baseball. Ozzie Albies, beat out a ball early on. I wish we could have the conversation between Ronald Acuna and Ozzie Albies if it was one of them as the Trae Young of baseball. Kofi, I mean, you said that about Atlanta. Are you, as a Met fan, just automatically rooting against the Braves in this series?
No, I'm rooting against. No, actually, I'm not rooting against anyone in this series. I would be rooting against the Dodgers if they made it. I don't know.
Okay.
I've just seen too many Dodgers tweets after the last 2 years. It's gotta go. I think that I'm rooting for. I want to see Dusty Baker win a World Series. You know, he's had multiple opportunities, and it's been. I think the Giants Angels World Series was the first World Series that I truly videotaped when I had a TV with VHS, so I would usually go watch that series over and over again. And then
take us back.
And then the unlucky Bartman incident, I have that on VHS as well. That was a Dusty Baker was in that tape. So I just hope that I wish that I would like to see him hoist a trophy up, at the end of the day. It's been managing for a while. But also if the Braves win, I'm fine with it. I don't really, I just don't like my two biggest, I don't like the Yankees. That's all. The Yankees, I will I'm Braves, that's fine. Yankees, never. Can't have that.
Never.
Why?
What do you mean,
why? Committed fan base, exciting players, great atmosphere.
Yankees fans are insufferable, dude. I'm sorry.
Kobe, I don't know if you caught it before. We had Diaz and Mero on, and someone wrote in the chat, these are the two most likable Yankees fans. And then we started talking about the Knicks a little bit. And they were like, Knicks fans are insufferable. They're like, this is the likable part.
Knicks fans are insufferable, but when you're insufferable and you don't have a history of winning all the trophies and stuff, then it's fine. But Knicks fans are insufferable, I feel but they're also self-aware, being yeah, we get it. We've had a bunch of we've had years and years of hard times, but Yankees fans can be insufferable, and it's 27 rings, and it's okay. Now it's okay, now what? Cool. Half of those rings happen when there are 6 teams in the league. It's whatever. I don't care. Back when they were pouring Coke on wounds to help them heal, yeah, of course. Yeah, 27 rings. Cool. Whatever.
Anyway, Kofi was bringing up the Dusty Baker conversation, and Sarah, you brought that up a little bit off the top. Fox just had a graphic that Brian Snitker is in his 45th year with the Atlanta Braves organization, him being the manager for the Braves. They're showing right now, as we speak, Troy Snitker being one of the hitting coaches for the Astros. Yeah. So on the other side, you've got this incredible baseball family, and someone, I think very similar to people that know Cal Ripken Sr.'s story, was in the Baltimore Orioles organization as a coach for a long time. But, how long has this been coming for Brian Snitker?
Oh my gosh. I mean, again, I also would love to see Dusty Baker win, but I do want people to know that you can put all of that same energy into Brian Snitker as well. I mean, as you mentioned, 40 plus years in this organization. And, this is a guy who really grinded it out in terms of managing at every minor league level, coaching pretty much every coaching position that would make sense to do so. And, finally getting his chance to be a big league manager as an interim when the team fired Freddie Gonzalez. And I think at that point, there was a lot of reporting that the team was probably going to try to hire somebody else. And guys like Freddie Freeman went, to whomever it was in the front office and said, we want to play for him. And, here he is still managing them. And I always think back to those stories that came out when they chose to keep their interim manager, and it was him. And just an incredible baseball life. Again, it's not Dusty Baker yet. He's not 72, but an incredible 66 years for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Also, I think about too, just the fact that, I remember after they won the last game, after the Braves won the last game in the last series in the NLCS, they interviewed Snicker's wife, Ronnie, and she kind of talked about and also Brian Snicker had mentioned the path and the journey to get to that point. He thought first about his family, and how much they've sacrificed. And I think that's one thing. And then later on, they interviewed his wife as well. But I think that's one thing that we miss out is what the sacrifice looks like for family of lifers in this game. Somebody that really year after year tried to get an opportunity, whether he's in the minor leagues or looking to be in the big leagues. It takes a long time sometimes to get to where he's gotten to. And you got to look at the people you surround yourself with, the relationships in the game. A lot of it comes back and makes it full circle when it gets to this point. So I think about how special it is for him and his family now to have this opportunity for them both to be on this stage.
Well, there you have it. Those are the two managers, and of course, like I mentioned, there's a family connection. Brian Snicker's son is on the other side as a hitting coach for the Houston Astros, so that family's getting a ring no matter what. Kofi, I want to ask you because I think that the World Series means so much to so many people, and you were talking about videotaping in 2002 and the NLCS in 2003. Somehow Steve Bartman made it to SNL this past week. I don't know how he showed back up, if everyone caught that. But, what did the World Series mean to you growing up? Just October, that sort of chill in the air, that special time that this is what I'm going to watch, on October nights. What did it mean to you?
It meant rooting against the Cardinals. That was basically it. No, but it was cool to see all those World Series memories, growing up, watching. You got to watch the Marlins beat the Yankees, which was sick. The Cardinals series, which and it was cool rooting for when the Mets made the playoffs. It was cool rooting for them. The ND Chavez catch was one of my favorite baseball moments of all time. And you had the White Sox winning, and it's just so cool to see. It's October. It's when a lot of the baseball season happens when a lot of sports aren't around. But when October and August hit around, when it's all more sports are coming back in, but the baseball World Series is here. October baseball, postseason baseball, there really isn't anything like it. No lead is safe, and it's always cool to watch. It seems the clutchest hitters. Oh, the Red Sox coming back from 3-0 against the Yankees. I remember that. I have that on VHS if you need that. And
I
then
love how he has all these
curse.
on VHS. That's so awesome.
VHS, man. And then the Cubs breaking their curse, which was cool. After all the presidents in existence. No, I'm kidding. 20, 30 presidential terms. Yeah. It's fun to do time by either how many Olympics have passed or how many presidential terms have passed.
Of course. And also, don't you remember some of these games? I remember when I was watching, I remember what I was kind of doing the next day or something, talking to my friends about that game or something like that. I know you brought up, Sarah, I don't know if you saw the tweet that I had at you. You brought up the 2001 World Series, Game 6. I said, I don't remember that game either. That was Andy Pettitte did not perform at a high level in that game.
Yeah.
But we were talking about candy earlier. And Kofi, we've been asking everyone their thoughts on candy corn. But before that, I do want to get Sarah. Halloween now feels like a staple of the World Series. It didn't growing up. You know, the World Series keeps getting later, and now it just feels like Halloween is part of this. Are there Halloween stats for us?
Oh my gosh. I mean, I could look it up. I could look up guys to do their best, but you're totally right. I mean, you know, when I was in my previous job, I got the chance to go work at the World Series 3 straight years. And so we were gone for Halloween, I want to say all of those years. And it was funny because all my colleagues who had kids were so bummed, but me as like a normal adult didn't really mind not being home to like, I mean, I guess I missed out on seeing the cute kids trick-or-treating and all that. But it is really funny. I totally associate it. But other than, I mean, coming back to that 01 series, and not to bring that up to you again, but obviously because of 9/11, everything getting pushed back, that one obviously is an earlier World Series in our lifetimes that did kind of cross into that Halloween plane. But you know what I remember actually with the World Series and Halloween more than anything was in 2010 when the Giants were in the World Series. Madison Bumgarner, this is when he was first becoming the postseason legend that he now is. He had an epic start against the Rangers on Halloween. And I distinctly remember the homepage of ESPN.com being this picture of him where he would kind of make this like grunt face when he would pitch. And so it was kind of scary looking, and they ran with it. And they were like Halloween, you know, I don't know, trick or something like that, kind of making a joke like that. I think I have a screenshot of that, like saved somewhere. But I remember that, and I feel like we could pull out some other great October 31st performances in the World Series.
Well, 2001 World Series, I will say Chester Naff in the Twitch chat says Byung-Hyun Kim was my favorite player. Because of him, I pitched Submarine in Little League to the chagrin of opposing parents. And I remember being so sad when he gave up those home runs to the Yankees in 2001. I cried when he was crying on the mound. Chester was 10. Chester, I hope that you've gotten over it at this point. But I think that, unfortunately for Byung-Hyun Kim, who I'm sure Xavier is a legend in Korea.
I think everybody practiced like Submarine because of Byung-Hyun Kim at that age, like because he was like the go-to Submarine guy. And I remember I was probably around 10, 11, 12 at that time too, and just practicing throwing sidearm, pretending that I was him, and pretending that try to get as low as I could, try to scrape I remember being in the backyard trying to scrape the ground with my fingers while throwing, Submarine. Oh, what do we got here? Highlights?
Yep, this was that Altuve play on Jock Peterson.
Great play.
Yeah, solid play for sure.
You can see how fast Altuve wanted to get that out. Jorge Soler, this was just a little bit of nubber. Dansby Swanson went to third on this.
It's great base running.
Yeah, just nobody there because of the shift.
That's the pitcher, folks. Jorge Soler had a home run to start the game, and how about a check swing single here?
That's the perfect bunt right there.
Sport. This is a weird sport, folks. Freddie Freeman. This is shallow. Testing Kyle Tucker. Dansby Swanson throws just off, and Swanson avoids the tag.
Ron Washington. I feel like his aggressive sends in the exact right moments working out has been such a key storyline in this postseason for the Braves.
And Altuve gobbles up that from Albies to finish out the inning. Yeah, Kofi, earlier, Diaz claimed that the Yankees might still be alive if he was coaching third base instead of Phil Nevin, that he wouldn't have sent Aaron Judge.
No, he wouldn't have sent Judge. Hey, man, I'm always as someone that was like usually the fastest person on the team, I would always like be the most aggressive base runner. So I understand, but I also get it, but I feel like with baseball, it's hard to blame stuff on one decision that happens in the game. You gotta troubleshoot elsewhere. So,
all right,
I think that's the right approach. People love to hate on one thing, but you can always find a couple things. It's never really one play. But candy corn, more important anyway.
Well, people love
Sure.
to hate on candy corn, Sarah, is basically what we're saying
Yes.
here. Kofi, we've been asking, it's Halloween season. What are your thoughts on candy corn?
Is it free or do I have to buy it?
That's a great point.
Yeah.
And I'm going to leave it open-ended.
I think that if it's free, if I see candy corn in the dish, if it's free, I'm taking it. But I'm not going to be at the grocery store being, you know what I want right now? Candy corn. So I'm one of the people that's like, I will buy the candy pumpkins, which is like a descendant of candy corn. I like the candy pumpkins better. Do they taste different?
Yeah.
I don't know. They just look cooler. But I'm not and I'm not someone that's okay. I don't really dislike any candy, really. So
Like
I'll
there's no
have it.
candy that you don't like.
No, I can't really name one. I'll even do like
Wow.
the butterscotch that your grandma had at like her door. I'll eat
like-
that up too. I
Like
don't care.
the weathers or whatever.
The
what hell-
Werthers,
yeah.
yep.
Werthers.
The Werthers, I'll eat that. Like
Why do
I'm not-
grandmas always keep that on deck? Like why is that a thing?
No idea. Oh, I know what I don't like Tootsie Rolls. That's what I don't.
Oh yeah, I
don't
could do
like
it. I could do without Tootsie Rolls in the trick or treat bag for sure.
Cause it doesn't taste like chocolate. I don't think. Tootsie Rolls.
What's
the only
your
one.
go-to?
Like, Jolly Ranchers. Go-to is Jolly
Ooh.
Ranchers, and
Those are good.
depending on what dollar stores are available, sour Jolly Ranchers. Because sour Jolly Ranchers I've only seen in dollar stores. So
Sour
candy corn
candy
again.
all the way.
absolutely.
Yeah,
Now,
sour
sour
anything.
candy corn. Put two and two together. I don't think that exists, but
Yeah, I feel like that might not be the right mix.
no, definitely not. Chocolate covered candy corn, maybe.
Oh, peanut butter candy corn.
I wouldn't be opposed. I wouldn't be opposed. I think that people I think that people just go a little too hard on candy corn for no reason. Like it just be minding its own
Yes.
business. It shows
just
up.
be
It
minding
knows
its
what
own
time it
business.
is. It knows what time it is, and it goes away at the end of the holiday. You know.
Candy corn, it understands the assignment. It understands
does.
that it's a few weeks. A lot of people in the
At worst,
No,
you
go
can just
on.
use it for decoration. That's at worst. You can use it for decoration, and then the people that really like candy corn can just take some. But it's not that bad.
A lot of people in the chat shouting out Jordan Alvarez, who hit a big triple off the top of the wall just now. Carlos Correa with a little fielder's choice knocks him, or excuse me, just to round out, knocks him in. Sarah, what's up?
Well, that's Jordan Alvarez's second triple in his last two postseason games. He is the only player in Astros postseason history with multiple triples. If you have not seen Jordan Alvarez play, I mean, I hope we are all watching the game while we're watching us, but he is not the first guy you would pick to hit a triple. So I just think that's amazing. I mean, he had one triple in his first. He has one triple in 976 plate appearances in his regular season career. And now in his last two postseason games, he has two triples. I mean, this is why baseball is the best.
I think that's crazy too, because like when I watch him run around the bases, especially those last two triples, I feel like he doesn't look slow. Like I feel like he's actually moving at a decent pace. And you think about it, he had those two knee surgeries that ended his season last year. So, I mean, for him to still move like that is that's saying a lot.
Definitely. I feel like that was the big takeaway with the first one is just, hey, he is completely healthy now, which we saw when he hit 522 in the entire ALCS, but even more evidence to that point.
And they're going to need that because, he's going to be probably playing left field during the NL games in Atlanta. So it's going to be important for him to be able to use his athleticism.
Kyle Tucker was just at the plate, and he literally, the camera just got him taking a whole mound of dirt into his hands. He doesn't wear batting gloves, just taking a mound of dirt and rubbing it together. I mean, Xavier, maybe as a former player, you can lend something to this. What like those guys that don't wear batting gloves, are they just wired differently?
Yeah, I mean, it's just something that is a comfort thing for them. If they need to feel the actual wood on their fingers, or they like the feeling of that the ball hitting off the bat and it kind of having that ring to their hands. Some guys just like that. But he goes to the dirt to try to get as much as he can. What did we get? Oh, I thought
we're
that
gonna
was a
get
homer
something
for a
special.
second.
We're gonna have to get the highlight on this.
But yeah, they'll get the dirt to try to get more of that friction. Man, that was an awesome play there. Awesome throw by Eddie Rosario.
Yeah, we're gonna get you guys that highlight. If you didn't see it, you probably saw it on your TV. You're probably watching the replay. But I mean, Yuli Gurriel off the top of the wall and Eddie Rosario with a cannon into second. Looks like Yuli's staying on the field, but we saw the replay. I mean, what a tag! What a play!
Gurriel almost ate dirt, basically.
Well, I think they're also reviewing whether it was out, but I don't think it was. But I think they showed Correa in the dugout, going like home run. But I don't think it was. It was just really close.
Let's see. We're getting.
That's a
Can you
legit
review
tag
two things
too.
at once? Yeah.
Yeah, there's that yellow line. We were talking, I believe, Sarah, that it was Halloween 2009 that Alex Rodriguez, Game 3 of the World Series, hit the first ever reviewed home run in World Series history. That was against the Phillies down the right field line. And that play, kind of similar to this one, it hit a railing above the fence, and that's what they kind of looked at after. But now we see this is the end of the inning. That was below that yellow line.
Oh, wow. So close.
And
so if it hits the yellow line, is it still out or no?
I think if it hits the yellow line, it's out. And I think there is a ballpark where that isn't the case. I can't remember where it is, but this came up like recently. I want to say in the postseason, where something went off the line and they went back to it and they're like, in the rule book, for some reason in that park, the yellow line isn't out. Don't quote me on exactly that, but there's somewhere that's weird. But how about Eddie Rosario? I mean, this is just his world and we're just here, right? I mean, everything coming up Eddie Rosario right now.
And let's take a look at that inning. This was the Alvarez. You want to talk about unlucky for the Astros? That's off the top of the wall. Alvarez gets to third. This is that triple you were talking about, Sarah, jogging gingerly in at the end. This up the middle. Easy play there for Albies with the shift on. So a run scored, 6-2. Kyle Tucker swinging. Dirt in the hands didn't help there. 2 outs. Gurriel, 2 left. And this is the play just inside the park. Rosario, 1 hop, gun, out.
Oh, unlucky slide, man.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, not the most graceful there. He kind of stuck straight into the ground.
Wow.
And then it's just a perfect tag there as well.
Yeah.
So
85-mile-an-hour throw too.
At 85 miles per hour, that's peak speed on the Rosario throw, is what you're saying, Sarah.
Basically, it's his second fastest assist this year.
So that's some adrenaline pumping in the World Series, and it feels like it's been that kind of game for the Astros. Like, they got in the hole early, but they've had a couple runners on. Remember, they loaded the bases in that first inning after going down 2-0, and it's just been some timely plays for the Atlanta Braves, and arguably, Xavier, it's been that sort of postseason for the Braves. It feels like, so many people doubting this team, and they continue to find ways to win.
Yeah, and I look at, on the Astros side, and we talked about it earlier, kind of those core players in Altuve and Bregman and Correa, they just haven't really gotten too much going today. Correa does have an RBI, but just not much offense early on in this game when they really needed. They're starting to hit a little bit now, but they really needed the offense earlier when they had some opportunities. But you mentioned the Braves, right, and what they've been able to do coming up with the big hit. and being consistent with their approach at the plate. I think that's one thing that we've seen over and over again, and even going against a tough Dodgers team in the last series. You have to be on your approach, and everybody's got to be on the same page. And we're seeing it tonight: 12 hits, 6 runs, some really good at bats from a lot of those guys. Soler, someone who hasn't had much time, in the ALC or in the NLCS, basically coming back like the last game. So he started off with a big home run, but those guys all like up and down the lineup, everybody has a hit in the lineup. So you see the contribution from everybody.
Austin Riley just hit one way back to left field, and Michael Brantley caught it and then kind of looked back at that same left field wall. I mean, it feels like we've now had 3 World Series here in the last 5 years. So this the dimensions come into play. Kofi, I feel like I used to love in video games growing up playing in Minute Maid Park because of the center field hill that we don't get anymore. But you think about baseball video games. What is there any past or present that come to mind as some of the fun parks to play in?
Oh man. MVP baseball you could play in Polo Grounds.
That's true.
Remember that? The left field fence was like 260 or something, and center field was like 420 plus. That's probably the best field. All the classic parks that were in MVP baseball 2005 were incredible. You also had in not ESPN, but MLB 2K5, you had all these cheat codes and stuff. So whatever ballpark you played in then, you could just change the entire dynamic of the game. But again, now that MLB The Show has the Create a Stadium feature, which is incredible.
That's crazy.
I think we've been asking for that for years. Just to create a stadium aspect. I remember it used to be in, it was a rudimentary mode was in MVP Baseball 2005. And then in NCAA College Baseball 06, you had more of a customization option. And then good to see that it's in the show now. So I love custom stadiums. So I guess that's my answer.
You were playing a lot of NCAA football earlier on in the pandemic.
Yes. I'm glad I still have the disc. I had 2 copies. I had 2 copies. One of them doesn't work anymore, but I'm glad the other one still does because that game is expensive now. So
this is a classic.
Yep. I have 9 consoles, so it's like it was really cool to just keep them all over the years, and then whenever I feel like playing a game, it's like, yeah, I got it still. Thank you parents for not selling my games to GameStop for 30 cents.
And you didn't have like an unopened Zelda?
What?
Didn't an unopened Zelda or like a Super Mario 64, the unopened Nintendo 64 games are selling for like $1 million now?
They're so hard because the thing is that they're so hard to find. Like I have a place here in Brooklyn where it's like an old video game store, and I was looking for Mario Party, right? It was $100. Right? And the thing is that you get it because they stopped making GameCube games, and Mario games are now hard to find when it's on the GameCube version. So things like that, it's like you're glad that you still have the games that you have. Certain ones you can look for and find with ease, but other ones you have to do a little bit more digging. Might have to go through a couple of yard sales, see if you find anything. But yeah.
That's where that SB Nation expense money comes in.
Oh, thankfully I'm able to expense them, because there was a time like before I became like a video producer, I wasn't expensing these, but now I do.
I mean, Kofi, I feel like people need to understand it's not that easy to tee up a Nintendo 64 or even a GameCube and stream those games. You need certain capture cards and you need certain adapters and things like that. Has that been a hard part of your process?
Surprisingly, no. I think that the thing now is that I have the AV to HDMI cable component, which is like about $15. But getting like the capture card, it's like a big investment for like if I want to stream like console games. Because when I first bought a console like capture card, it was like 2017. I wasn't even on like the video team. I was just making these video game articles, and I didn't have a like gaming PC to stream off of. So I was like streaming something from my laptop. I did like 2 or 3, 4 Twitch streams. I was like experimenting with that, and I was like, no, I don't think this is really. I didn't really have the tools, but now that like last May, I like built my own gaming PC and then started like Twitch streaming more consistently. So it's been really, really fun. So it's not like I think the hardest thing was like having the consoles, which I luckily have. If I wanted to stream a certain game, it'd be either be console or like finding an emulator. And I'm glad that I actually like have all the consoles. I have my old save files from like 15 years in the past. So I can like go back and see what I was really doing. So those are fun.
Xavier, I once said that I thought Kofi was like his Twitter account, like he's in some lab, like, you know, at the end of I think it's The Dark Knight, where like Lucius Fox, Morgan Freeman is in this like room and he's looking at all these screens and he like shuts it down. I was like, I imagine Kofi's like that with memes, the way that he's so ready with things on Twitter. And he's like, Jeff, I just bookmark stuff. But now I'm starting to actually think that he has this like VHS like lair and these like all of these video game contraptions and everything, and like this Brooklyn apartment that he's talking about, like he's just got like this, opens it up and it's this room of like a late 90s museum, it feels like.
I wish I did. It would make things a lot easier.
I think about like you just think about like nothing, some stuff just never dies, right? And some stuff just you know, invaluable. All those games and like how people, you know, resurge and come back to playing them, and people love watching other people play them. Like, to think about the careers that people have built doing certain things that you could never think of back in the day. Like that's what's so awesome to me, is like how creation has just took a totally different turn in our world today. And it's like special that, you know, we get to see it right in front of our eyes. It's crazy.
By the way, we're into the bottom of the 9th inning. I know Kofi said he's the closer. He's going to give us a 3-inning save, which is pretty impressive. As the Astros, if the Astros don't score 4 runs here, if the Astros don't score 4 runs, it looks like, is that a home run? We might have 1 run here. Oh, just foul.
Correa's not close, so I'd be scared of Correa. If it was, I'd be scared of Correa. He has 2 of my favorite just like bat drops in postseason history. It's so funny. It's so awesome.
He's just such a fun player, right? Like so electric to watch.
I know a lot of people hate the Astros for reasons, but I actually don't mind them. I really don't. I was just like the fact that they've like, despite all this, they're like back in the world. Because like making it back and making deep runs in the playoffs in Major League Baseball is so hard to do consistently, I think. So the fact that they like still are doing that, I'm just like, okay, well, I don't know. I'm rooting for Dusty Baker, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like he had nothing to do with that. He wasn't even there at the time. So
3 out of 5 World Series appearances, and they were in the ALCS the other 2 years. So you're talking about 5 years they've been in the Final Four. And I think that last year when they made it, they really proved a lot of people wrong, because they had a great regular season this year. They didn't have, in that short 60-game season, they didn't have a great regular season. We're coming off everything. And I think Dusty Baker is probably a big part of that, about how the team was able to rebound come the playoffs and get back, and obviously get back here. One more video game note just on the old school video games, because, you know, we're talking about some things are easy, some things aren't. And a lot of the systems, like you can't get necessarily the replacement parts or anything. Like eventually we're not going to have any Xbox 360s, Kofi, because they're all going to get the 3 red rings eventually, right? Because you can't fix that nowadays.
I've had mine for about a decade now, and nothing. Chilling. I think that was the first. I think that the Xbox 360 red ring thing. I don't want to like say my statement as fact, but I think that was like the first rendition of the 360s, and then like the newer like renditions like fixed that. I don't know if I'm correct or not. I hope that the red ring thing kind of like got past that, but I've had my Xbox 360. I know I've dropped it multiple times, no problem. It's still going strong.
It's a soldier. That thing's a warrior.
Sure, it's like a Nokia brick for of consoles, man. You drop it, it still works.
Astros have a runner on here in the bottom of the ninth. 6-2. We just saw they just put up John Smoltz tumbling around, rolling around out there. It looks like Joe Buck and John Smoltz look like they've gone to battle in this 4-hour game at this point as they're showing them in the booth.
Well, but you know what I was looking into, and I did all this prep work for this World Series. I mean, this is my job. This is what I do. And I realized that it took until about an inning ago for me to realize that the Braves have lost 8 straight World Series games, which is tied for the longest streak in history. Like, I didn't even think to look at it because I wanted to grab something I love to tweet out is like starting lineups from a historic game. And so I was like, oh, let me get ready to tweet out what the lineup was the last time the Braves won a World Series game. And I see they've lost 8 straight entering this one. I'm like, that's got to be a record. And indeed it is. It is tied for the record. So that is some history that they are probably going to push out of the water here now. But obviously with a runner on and nobody out against your closer, not exactly the situation you want to be in.
I can tell you who they lost to in those 8 games if you want, Sarah. Or
yes,
you can.
I'll let
sorry,
you
Kofi,
tell.
but well, it was the Yankees that were down 0-2 in 96, and then they won 4 straight. In 1999, they won 4 straight, and a young 6-year-old Jeffrey Eisenband was in the crowd at Yankee Stadium when I believe Chad Curtis caught the final out on a fly ball to left field. So I was actually telling someone this story. Well, I was telling someone this story the other day. It was me and my dad, and the Yankees win. I'm 6 years old. The Yankees win. It's a sweep, 4-game sweep. The game ends, and like this is old Yankee Stadium, 1999. I'm 6. I'm tired. Like the game ends. We're like, yes, we won. We're not staying for the on-field part. Like this is, I think if I was older, I would have been like, Dad, we're staying. But he was like, we're getting 6-year-old Jeffrey out of here. And I remember this guy hanging over the tunnel as I left Yankee Stadium with a cigar in his mouth. And I remember thinking, you can't smoke in Yankee Stadium. Like, what's this guy? But, you know, when you win the World Series, all bets were off in the crowd. And this was my first, I guess, welcome to the world experience.
That's like a welcome. That's a welcome to New York experience. New York goes by different rules.
That's probably the right way to put it. But yeah, the Braves are going to probably break that streak, Sarah. 1 out, top of the order for the Astros right now. Jose Altuve at the plate. So, and Xavier, I guess before we head out, because I just told my World Series story, you're going to Atlanta later this week. What are you going to be doing around the World Series in Atlanta?
Yeah, I think I'm just gonna be. I'm gonna take my son and my oldest son that's 3 years old. I'm gonna take him and my wife, and just MLB has offered for us to go. So I think I might go there and maybe create some content for MLB, maybe for my own personal, and just kind of enjoy and soak it in and just see the atmosphere. Something I've never been a part of. I still remember you were kind of talking about. You getting to be a part of the Yankees atmosphere in the World Series. For me, I remember 1998, the Yankees playing my San Diego Padres. I grew up in San Diego, and obviously they got swept that year, but that was ultimately, I was 12 years old. It was ultimately what attracted me to the game of baseball, is like seeing the Yankees win and like jumping all over each other, like so excited, crying all over each other and hugging one another. And I'm like, man, like if a sport really can bring people together like that, to where they're like showing so much emotion, that's the sport that I want to be a part of. So that was it for me. That was the jubilation. It was like, hey, I want to go play baseball. I'm going to do that right now. And that was one thing that motivated me when I was younger.
That's awesome.
People forget Greg Vaughn was part of the home run race that year.
Yeah, yeah, Greg Vaughn was, and my favorite player was Tony Gwynn. And getting to see him do his thing, and someone that was so consistent. Always like that was one thing. While I was always like off the tee, because I always heard like he just worked so like relentlessly off the tee, and that was something that really heightened my own career during my time. So Tony Gwynn, and then one of my other favorites was David Justice, an Atlanta Brave too. So.
And an important part of Moneyball.
Yeah. Yes.
A little bit angry at Billy Beane in Moneyball, but he also won a World Series. At least I think he might have won 2 World Series with the Yankees in '99 and 2000, as Albies almost booted that, but gets back, makes the play. We're going to have the bottom of the 9th highlights in a second, but that is your final. The Atlanta Braves, you can see on the left side of your screen, 6-2, game 1 of the 2021 World Series is over. 12 hits for the Braves, 8 for the Astros, 1 error apiece. Kofi, we said you were going to get the save. You said you were going to finish it out. You did. So 3 innings. We appreciate you being here. Where can everyone find you out there in the online sphere?
You can follow me on Twitter at Kofi, Kofie. You can follow me on Twitch and TikTok, Chill Kofi, Chillkofie. And you can also follow. You can find Fumble Dimension on the Secret Base YouTube channel.
We appreciate Kofi being there, and we give him copyright on Ozzy Albies as the Trae Young of MLB. That's important.
Awesome.
That's how we'll send Kofi out. We do not have highlights for the bottom of the 9th, but if you saw it, 4-2 was the final there. Let's get some parting thoughts from the two of you, Sarah and Xavier. Sarah, we'll start with you. You know, we came in, we talked about the starting pitchers, right? That was a little bit of what we talked about off the top from a statistics perspective. It turned out the bullpens were needed. There was offense. What'd you think about this first game?
You know, I thought the Braves were going to win this game, but I thought the Braves were going to win this game because I thought Charlie Morton was going to be great. And again, all the credit in the world to him for throwing 16 pitches with a broken fibula. If you go back to that second inning and then that perfect third. But, you know, props to the Braves for grinding this out, and that offense really overwhelming the Astros. I mean, this is what we saw when they beat the Brewers and what we saw when they took down the Dodgers. So if they're going to be this dangerous, you know, this World Series, my pick of the Astros in 6 may not be looking that good. You know, winners of Game 1 go on to win the World Series about 57% of the time. So we'll see what happens this time.
And Xavier, I mean, look, we're right on the road for the Braves. They get this done.
Yeah, I think, you know, you got to look at them taking a game in Houston. Obviously, that's big, the first game. Sarah mentioned the offense, but you also give credit to the bullpen as well, who was able to, you know, relieve Morton, Mentor, Jackson, Matzek, Smith. They've been doing it, you know, all season, especially all postseason. So I got to give them credit and really have done a nice job. Now I just hope that, you know, they're able to get some length out of the starting pitchers moving forward because, you know, these are some of their high leverage guys that they use today. So it'll be interesting to see how they move forward and how they navigate that rotation as well as the bullpen.
I got to give some love to all of our fans and everyone out there who was in the chat on Twitch and YouTube.
Yes.
Incredible stuff. Thanks for sticking. I mean, look, you never know how long these games are going to be, right? Roughly 4.5 hours we've been on. Some of you have stuck with us the whole way. Some of you have popped in various times. I see some of you saying that we need to do this every game. We were here for Game 1, and we definitely enjoyed it. We also got to give a big shout out to Taco Bell. Steal a base, steal a taco. America is getting a taco on November 4th. You have Ozzy Albies to thank for that, who stole a base in the first inning. Got us started right away. That was huge. Candy NFTs. If you were with us at the beginning, you saw that I was able to open up a few packs. I was able to get a Juan Soto uncommon. That was big. And you can get yours, their new MLB license NFTs. And they are on candy.com/MLB. So create your account today. Candy.com/MLB. And with that, Xavier shrugs. Sarah Langs, Jeff Eisenman, it's been a fun season. It's been a fun postseason. This has been the MLB Watch Party for World Series Game 1 presented by Taco Bell. Let's take a look at some highlights on the way out.
It strikes and not balls. Here's one slammed into left field. How about that start to the World Series? Soler will take the trip. There's no better way to check into the World Series with this swing right here. Level plan, short left field porch. Is going to be added to the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown to celebrate his achievement of winning America free on the ball. Well, they've done it early in the first inning, and they picked on the ones that have been in the strike zone and early success. And I would think this pitching coach visit's going to be, we need to mix it up a little bit. I know you don't want to throw your breaking ball first time through, but you might want to add that and avoid the sword, right? Or off the pitcher's leg for the out. The Braves chance. Altuve strikes out looking. A little discomfort. Don't know what it is, but it ain't a good sign for Charlie and the Braves to have. For the strikeout of Altuve, Charlie Morton is just trying to fight to stay in the game. This one is a rocket into left and gone. 5-0. I mean, that is just lightning quick. And it's back. Left side. Kick by Swanson. Easily gets the runner over to third. Yeah, but that's good base running by Gurriel. Right in front of him, and he took third. They have one error. It belongs 1-on-1 out. Tucker takes off. Shot. Albies with the back control of Gurriel. Shift. He knows as soon as he gets it, get rid of it, throw it. Doesn't done that. It's not one of your finer moments, but you're giving everything you got. Atlanta. And a little pop-up into shallow right. Tucker with Swanson tagging. Here's the play at the plate, and we're going to look at it. You get an extra challenge. It's worth the challenge. Special Matic deals, and Gurriel hits it into left. It is off the top of the wall. Digging for two, and out by Rosario. As Gurriel just stuck. Yeah, he's got dirt. What a play. It'll be a single. Ground ball right side. Albies has it. Game over. And the Braves take game 1, 6-2. 11 strikeouts by Atlanta pitchers against this Astros lineup.